Okay, I guess I'm live now. Okay, so is anyone here? Is anyone listening? Um, what I did for those of you that don't know, and I just boomered twice, and you guys don't even know. I didn't even hit start broadcast a minute ago, and I was in a private chat from Dave with this weekend. That's where we were for a half hour this morning, wondering why nobody was there. It was insane to me, and I just set it up wrong. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I blame me. I blame Narwhal because I was reading his book. I was reading his awesome Earthbound. I want to say Homebound, but I am a little tired. Okay, go ahead and laugh. I don't care.
Man,
You have to admit it's funny. You have to admit it's funny. So I gotta go invite everyone and comic like Narwhal and all those guys again. Here.
Sorry, chat.
Here's the real link. Okay, here's the real link. And then let me invite the Kings. That's what they let's see. Okay, here. Sorry.
Blame this guy.
Here's the real link. Yeah, I was really confused why there was no one watching. And then I was in a private video, and then I realized why no one was watching. What do you think of that, Dave? Are you amazed that I was able to do that this morning?
A little.
I really got like 3.5 hours of sleep. I was too excited for this. I was too excited. But I don't blame you. I take full responsibility. One thing I love in the media, like especially in like pro sports, someone like a football player get a DUI or whatever, and then he'll go like, I take full responsibility, and then nothing will happen.
Yeah.
So I guess like responsibility is just saying that you take full responsibility. So here, let's role play that. You're the reporter. I'm the NFL player who boomered the YouTube clip. Ask me how I feel about screwing up the YouTube this morning.
Man, I gotta perform.
Just all you gotta do is ask me how.
Tell me exactly why did you fail?
Well, I just want to say, that's not me. I'm a disciplined guy. I do the right thing, and I take full responsibility for my actions. And scene. Oh, I love it. I love getting roasted here. Eric the Guapo, that means the handsome. I don't know if that's true, though. We'll have to see. I see a little thumbnail picture there. He might be Guapo. This is why senior citizens need chaperones. So, okay, I'll take it. I'll take that one. That's fine. What are we talking about? Alexi Luthor was backer number one. Thank you so much. Oh, Narwhal's here.
What's up?
Hey, so Narwhal, did you like that? Did you like going on a private stream for 10 minutes with me?
Yeah, I'm glad I caught that because I clicked the link and everyone was waiting, and I was like, what's there was like 50, there was like 42 or something people, and they're all talking, and I'm like, what's going on here?
Oh,
it's cool. It's all worked out now.
Right. Yeah. Timothy Fitzgerald says I signed up for the mailing list, but no email. I sent out an email last night. I really did. And I did get emails back from people this morning. I'm not sure what happened. Check your spam, but everything's live anyway, bud. So sorry that if you didn't receive it, but I did send them out last night. So, but thank you, Narwhal, for pointing out to me something funky was going on. Because I launched and it was 0 people. And then like a half hour in, I'm like, okay, I must have screwed something up. So, look at this. Look at this. What do we got here? Andrew Wilson, number 32. American Weight Cover signed and make 3XL shirts available. Should we do that, Dave?
Sure, why not?
Okay, I think I can look into that, but
don't you wear a 3XL?
Me? No, I wear a 2XL. Come on now. I'm muscular, but I'm svelte. I'm not a
I thought you were like 7'4" or something like that. So
I'm 6'4". Get it right to pay the price. Are you a tall guy, Narwhal?
No, I'm like 5'11", so I'm not short, but I wish I was a little taller.
Are you actually 5'11"? Because I've heard 5'11" referred to as the liar's height.
Oh, that's funny.
I've heard it called that.
I played basketball all through high school, so it gets drilled into your height, and it's like a curse. You hear it, and it's you wish you're 6 foot. For me, like
Right.
6 foot would be the liar's height.
I was 6 foot in the 6th grade. So
Oh wow.
yeah, I was the size of an adult in 5th grade. I was 5'10", 180 as a 5th grader. So I was as big as my teachers. So yeah. Oh, I like this comment. He's kind of rubbing my wound here where I boomed the stream this morning. 0 viewers would be logical if it were a Marvel stream. So should we check on the campaign at all, guys?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have another guest. What happened to our other guest?
He'll come back. He'll come back, or I sent him the wrong link. Let's check Truth, Justice, American Way. Let's share that to the stream.
Oh, you know what's good too is I checked that window that it wasn't showing up when you were live streaming. Now this stream is showing up. So those people who are waiting, they didn't need to like click on a different link or anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So you didn't lose anyone. I don't think they just had to wait.
Well, yeah, we've got people in here. So
Cool.
let's see. We are at 3,240 and 51 backers in just a few minutes here. That's really neat.
Awesome. That's amazing. Yeah. Cool. That's rad. And are you going on Comics Get Kings tonight?
Yeah, we definitely are. We definitely are.
Yeah, it's going to be a badass launch then. That's awesome.
let me welcome the chat, but I want to thank you and Dave so much for being here. So we've got I boomered it. Okay, we can stop teasing me. Oh, you can keep teasing me. I don't really care. Dat VI guy's here. My wife is here telling people I love you and I'm super proud of you. That's good. This woman trusts me with her life. That's interesting. It's interesting that I found a woman that would trust me. Ewoken Tuvoken is here. Daniel Russell's here. Enrique Cabrera, Josh, Keely Cow, Barry Keegan. Let's see who else is here. More people coming in here. The Splintering, the Mob Seat. David is here. You're in the chat. Oh, look at David right under the bus. Man, you really put your back into throwing me under the bus, friend. And another person saying they didn't get the email. I sent out the email last night. I checked MailChimp this morning. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry if it didn't go through, but I sent out 1,400 emails last night. Interesting. I'll have to check on that. Let's see what else. Who else is here? Zaid Comics is here. Of course, saying I boomered it, which I did. I should use EVS's 19-minute long intro to kill time. What do you guys think of that when you watch live stream, Narwhal and Dave? When you watch a live stream and they have that huge intro, what do you think?
I know in Ethan's case, what he's doing is getting people time to filter in, and he doesn't want to say anything unless there's 900 people there, and it takes about 15 minutes for 900 people to come in. So I think that's why he does it. But smaller channels, you don't need to do that. And the thing, people send him those videos and they're like hilarious. People make them specifically for that, like put it on the opening. And like, I don't know, Malin was doing that for a while too, where he'd be like, send me videos if you want to do a promo or anything. And he just runs commercials basically for campaigns. So it's a good concept, kind of, some of it.
All right. I'm just going through the chat here. I think it's a good concept too. I've watched some that were over 20 minutes. I think I was on Yellow Flash's show, his Saturday show that he does, and I think it was just about 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, so, yeah, those bigger channels, they all do that, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, to let the audience filter in, huh? For the yeah. So okay, Angela Curry's here, a Coach and Lunacy. Let's see, Comic Talk with Pops Van Zant, and let me ask you this, Narwhal, because you just launched yesterday. Did you get much sleep the night before? Because I'm on like 3 hours of sleep.
Oh yeah. No, like I've done it enough now that I can kind of sleep, but I was nervous. And you always have in the back of your head, like, you know, the movie Carrie, where where she wins prom and then they dump a bucket of blood on her head. You're always like, what if that happens? Like, what if like nobody shows up? What if it goes 0? And you're like, but then it gets easier. But then the other thing that you got to watch out for, I'll warn you, because I've gotten a little better at this too, but I feel like you do kind of get like a natural high from the feeling of all the money coming in. And then it'll be very successful, but it'll inevitably slow down slightly. And when that happens, you actually can kind of get kind of depressed, even though it's doing good. So you got to do a reality check sometimes and be like, great.
Okay. Yeah. Dave and I have never done this before. So we're We're excited. We're excited. You know, I know my channel only has 7,000 subscribers compared to one like Ethan or my buddy Eric July and all that. So it'll be fun to go on theirs. But I don't know. I just thought we should launch it here. It's our, you know, it's my channel. It's our book, Dave and I. He came to me with this great idea. I wanted to acknowledge Adele El Tayyib. That is that's my cousin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that means a lot to me because I have a lot of family I've never met from Libya and all that stuff. So thank you, Adele, for the well wishes. You know,
Cool.
Kind of a little sad to say, but I do hope to meet you someday. You know, now that things are different.
They're not as woke in Libya, isn't that true?
Not at all, friend.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, you're not going to be trying that woke stuff over there. It will not go well.
Yeah.
So absolutely. So, this is a nice comment here. 7,000 subs since your is great since your channel is so new. It is, and I'm very grateful for it. Yeah. Then this person thinks I'm talking about that British singer that lost all that weight. No, I think the Arab male name Adele is Adel. I think I was saying his name wrong. I think it's Adel.
Oh, okay.
Again, I've never had the pleasure to meet a lot of my family because of political stuff with Gaddafi and all that. But he's out of the picture now, so there you go. So, yeah.
Yeah,
so,
he got like a knife stuck up his butt or something and paraded in the streets.
I saw that. That was an unfortunate thing. Absolutely. Let's see. Was there a secret perk email on this campaign? There was not. The email backers are getting a limited edition trading card that no one else can get. It will be let's see. How do I want to say this? It won't look like the other ones. I don't know. It's a limited edition. I'm sorry. I started thinking about something because someone's saying got an Indiegogo one. Indiegogo's saying there's a secret perk. Is there? Oh, okay. Let me check this. Sorry. Will you two give me a second and you can interview each other for just a second? I got to check my email here to see what that's about.
Yeah.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah. So,
Sure.
David, you're the artist who drew the amazing work for this book?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's cool. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah, I mean, me and Gabe were working on Bass Reeves together over at Allegiance Arts, and we had to pause that for a little while. And in the interim, I went to Gabe and said, because I didn't know when the pause button was gonna, go off, and I said, hey, Gabe, you want to do a book together, and I pitched him this idea for Truth, Justice, and American Way, and he liked it, and he started spitballing some things, and then we came up with the story.
Cool.
And that's how it's worked out so far.
Yeah, that's awesome. It looks amazing, and it's the 3 characters are all really cool.
Yeah, have to take advantage of a certain situation and the zeitgeist that's in the air, that and a hunger that people are wanting to be fed. So we want to give it to them in spades.
Absolutely. The great Mike Barron is back. Did you enjoy being on a private stream with me with no viewers, Mike?
Very much so.
I wanted it to be intimate, I just wanted to focus on each other,
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of alone time anymore, and I felt like the relationship was suffering, so I wanted to make you feel special.
I appreciate it.
It sounded weird. Sounded real weird, Gabe.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. Speaking of intimate alone time, what did you guys do on Valentine's Day? I ate a steak the size of a steering wheel. I went to
That's so romantic. Ann and I went to Loveland. We saw a band called Soul School, which just killed it. It's a 9-piece soul band with a 3-man horn section and 2 great lead singers.
Very cool. What about you, Mr. Narwhal? What'd you do on Valentine's? Anything?
I listened to One Is the Loneliest Number on repeat for like 12 hours.
Does your girlfriend like that song?
No.
And you, David, I know what you did. You cooked up a storm at your house, right?
Yes, yeah. I did.
All right.
Nice.
Oh, goodness. So I'm still recovering from all the boomerang I did to the stream and all the confusion.
Let's pretend that didn't happen anymore.
Oh, it's funny. It's funny.
Yeah.
Wait,
Now
we got an
there's-
echo.
Yeah, there's another boomer thing going on right now.
Uh-huh.
You know what?
That's all.
This is good. It's good you did this, Gabe. This is working out the kinks in the morning, so you can do the
Right.
and then throughout the day you get it
Right.
more and more.
Right. So I think I'm going to bring up some artwork here. And do you want to talk about these covers at all, Dave, or do you want to talk about different artwork?
It's up to you. You can bring up anything you want at this point.
Right.
Except for
So let me interview you about this cover, and then we can check on the campaign and see how the campaign's doing after that. I want to know what it is. How did you come up with the concept for the covers? Because you sent me. I'm going to show the other cover concepts that you had. Is that all right, or do you not want to show those?
Let's reserve that for the
Okay.
the raw book. You know,
Right. Yeah, and I guess we'll have to start. Okay, so these are the things.
I did quite a few of those, right?
Right. Oh, I got a super chat here. Let me respect that real quick. Doll Life Dan, $5 says, "Congrats on the launch. I'll back when I get home tonight." Thank you so much, Doll Life Dan. I look forward to it, and I look forward to entertaining you with this. Dave and I are putting and Gary Martin, who I need to send the link because I sent him that link to the private chat. I hope he's not in there alone by himself. We're putting our heart and souls into this. We really love this. This is our love letter to action and adventure and uplifting stories. So thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. But on these covers, Dave, what was your concept here? I mean, it's fairly obvious. You have a similar composition and stuff. That one's getting whacked by Photoshop there. But what? How did you approach this? What was your idea when designing a cover?
Well, in this thing, you know, if you were to just do one, no matter what, it would just feature. One would be more prominent than the others because someone's going to get pushed back, and I didn't want that to be the thing with this because they're all on an equal plane in the story. You know what I mean? And so I figured if I rotated them, you know, in this composition, everybody would get their shine, you know. And I wanted to play on, you know, certain aspects of, you know, like justice, you know, leaping a tall building in a single bound, you know, into the sun, you know, type familiarity that we all internally know, you know, and, you know, play on the exotic looking female heroine, you know, that again, all of this internal stuff that we've been fed, you know, over, you know, 70, 80 years of this kind of, you know, superhero. You know, we all have our own versions of these iconic type characters, you know, that are inside of us that we could create and could be familiar to something that we've grown on. So I just want to feed into that and build on that and take it in directions that haven't been, you know, done before, you know, and see how far we could stretch your suspension of disbelief, you know, and play with, you know, all those kind of icons.
Well, let me ask, I want to ask Mike about this because Mike's been writing for a long time. So Dave and I say in the story part of this page here, let me drag the Indiegogo page over really quick. We proudly present to you the bombastic, action-packed adventures you've been waiting for. Dave and I feel like there's a little bit of a vacuum for classic action and adventure, and you're a master of writing it, Mike. What is your approach when you're trying to write something that's really thrilling and exciting, but you keep it positive? Because that's what we're doing here. How do you keep that in mind to make sure that the person isn't like, you could have tons of an action, but you could bring them down? How do you keep people up and keep them happy when you're writing action and adventure?
Well, this comes down to one of the most important questions in fiction, which is what is your story about? And when somebody asks you that question, you have to be prepared. You can't wing it. And that means you take your time to write a blurb that's both succinct and enthralling. I parcel my words out like a miser. I don't know what's making that sound there. Let me check clean that.
It's one of the microphones.
I try a blurb very seldom. Do I write a blurb in excess of 250 words? You try to condense it as small as you can while hitting all the right notes. And that includes keys to the story's individuality. What makes it different from other stories? You know, I have one book which I characterize as Nazi biker zombies, but you rarely able to do that. I'm going to have to take another look at your blurb later when I get back, because I didn't think there was anything wrong with it. I thought it was spot on. But if you want me to take a look at it and make suggestions, I will.
Sure. Let's see. Oh, here's a comment here. Well, comment on this, Mike, too. I was just wondering, and then we can see what everyone thinks. Don't use the mainstream. I don't want to say names of companies. System of writing multiple pages of watching here, sitting down, talking. So, what do you think of that? I do think that there's a little bit too much blabbing. And I know Dave told me when I'm writing script with Dave, he give me, we work on the story together, and then I'm giving him story pages. He's like, no, more action, more action. How do we balance that, effectively? What's your approach to that, to like get as much action in, but you got to still tell a story?
One of the key points of what we're doing, and this regards straight novelization as well as comics, is show, don't tell. Perhaps one of the most important principles in storytelling. And that means that any information you can give to the reader or the viewer that advances the story without using words, you should. And a perfect example is the beginning of any Better Call Saul episode, which often begins with a 5-minute wordless sequence where you follow the camera and you see Saul using a fake ID to gain entry to a factory or something. And then finally, when he's admitted to the factory, you say, oh, I get it. But that doesn't mean dialogue is not important. Dialogue is supremely important. But you have to be fresh, you have to be original, and you use it primarily for characterization and occasionally to advance the plot. There's nothing wrong with using dialogue to advance the plot. But if you're looking at a page that's covered with so many words it looks like Soviet housing block, you know that you're looking at somebody who really does not understand the medium or how to use it. The most important thing, I have 3 rules. Number 1, entertain. Number 2, show, don't tell. Number 3 is be original. And that means you keep your ears open for idioms that haven't been widely used. If you ever find yourself writing, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, move it, people, or we have to talk, slap yourself and move away from the typewriter. It's all right to advance those sentiments, but find a fresh way to say it. Look at David Mamet. I mean, you can study David Mamet's scripts, and they're a paradigm of how to write dialogue.
Right. He wrote, it was a play at first within a movie, that Glenn Ross.
Yep.
Have you guys all seen that, Narwhal, Dave?
Yeah. Yeah. What's the famous line from that? I don't know. He goes, closers close.
He's all, coffee is for closers.
Yeah.
I love that one.
ABC, always be closing.
Right. Yeah. Or the guy's getting the coffee and he's like, put that effing coffee down. I love that. Yeah. Anyone that hasn't seen Glenn Ross, run, don't walk, to use a cliche, as Mike Barron told me just not to do. Slap myself using a cliche. Run, don't walk, and go watch Glenn Ross. It has strong language, though, so watch out. Have to acknowledge the super chat. The mob seat for $2. Bane Mauler suggested having kids' shirts. What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you told me that your idea with the shirts, and I have to admit, I loved the shirts when I saw them, but I hated the shirts when Dave suggested to me. I'm like, why would anyone want a shirt? I know. Totally not right. Totally not smart about that. But you said you were inspired by underoos. I wonder if people in the chat had underoos when they were little. I think I had something with Chewbacca when I was a little kid or something like that. Did you have?
I gotta run, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Hey,
I'll
it's
talk to you
always
later.
great to have you, Mike. Adios.
All right.
Did you have underoos, Narwhal? And are you wearing them right now?
What are
That's why
underoos?
Mike left, because he's gonna go put on his underoos.
They were like superhero themed underwear for like kids. Like
Oh,
you'd ha-
nice. No,
Yeah.
I didn't. But I was so obsessed with superheroes that I'd have my mom sew me tights, and I'd just run around in tights everywhere. And my
Wow.
uncle, he's like, "Why are your kids always wearing tights?" To my dad, and my dad's like, "Oh, they just like superheroes a lot."
He's all, oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Let me I'm going to show off a little bit more art, but nothing that isn't on the campaign page, but I want to feature it up here. We've got this. I'm not going to say much about it, Dave, because I know how you feel about spoilers. We can say this is a page of the comic. What can we say about this, Dave? I'm going to follow your lead on here because I know you're very sensitive about spoilers.
I mean, it looks like they're looking up to a giant threat. That's as much as I could say about it.
Right.
What
Can
could
we
that
even-
threat be?
Yeah, who knows?
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
Nice. Can I ask you guys, I guess without spoilers to it, is there like the basic pitch or the basic plot kind of? I get the characters, and it looks like too, they get like a little of the proto vibe of like it's Wonder Woman, Superman. It's playing with these tropes kind of that you guys were talking about, but Wonder Woman, Superman.
I
and
never
Batman.
heard of those guys.
Yeah.
Don't know who you're talking about. Here's a good question for Dave to answer, putting you on the spot again. Eric the Guapo says, I'm going to edit this. Dave, comma, can you describe their powers and abilities?
I mean, they're almost self-evident, you know, with the prototypes that they're loosely based off of. So you have your Judge Dredd Punisher type. You have your athletic
Former Olympian who gave up her
former
Olympic dream.
Olympian who's super powered, so you could use your imagination on that. And this guy who's made of super electrically charged steel, and now he's a man of steel of sorts.
American
So
steel.
you could come to your own conclusions on where that could go.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And should we check on the campaign at all, guys?
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Do you feel like doing that? Well, here it is. Let's see what we're at. 83 backers, $5,310. That ain't bad. I am so grateful to you guys for supporting us. Dave and I and Gary, who I still haven't sent the link, copied to clipboard. I'm gonna send the link.
He'll just probably pop into the chat, not the
Yeah.
stream. He ain't about streaming.
Right. Yeah, I had to convince him to have a private stream with me the other day, but it was a delight. I talked to him for almost an hour. But Dave, Gary, and I couldn't be more grateful, you guys, that you're supporting us, our families, our livelihood. This is our livelihood, and letting us entertain you with a great action, adventure, uplifting story. I want to go through this campaign here in just a second, but let me send the link to Gary because I've said that like 5 times and I haven't done it. So I'm writing an email. Sorry. Gary, link. Here's the link. Sorry, guys. You get to watch me write an email on the air. And
I got a little rant while you're doing this. I got 2, but one is we just had Mike Barron on, and then all like you two and me. And I feel like, so I've thought this in my head in the past of like, if you could do a draft of like red pilled people who aren't woke, you could call them conservative, maybe whatever you want to call them, versus like woke for like art in the world. And it's just like a draft of like who's producing the better body of work. And I'm pretty sure the conservative side destroys the like progressive side, because it's just like there's so many good artists. Like, because we were talking about David Mamet. Guess what? He's red pilled. He's not woke. He's conservative or whatever.
right.
And David Lynch and blah, blah, blah. You could go down the line. Like they're all kind of like, nobody's into this woke crap except all the establishment, like comic companies apparently. and Netflix and stuff. So it's kind of weird where the people in power are pretty backwards, but then you have like just like some great conservative artists out there who have no other option but to go indie right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think definitely no woke people make good art because it's just that's the death of creativity, to be afraid to express yourself and then you're in lockstep with the popular opinion instead of saying, no, I don't agree. All the great thinkers, like you think of like Galileo defying what was convention about our solar system, and just all the great thinkers said to the world, no, I don't think so. I'm going to try this. So definitely when you're woke and you're being just like cowing to that whole cancel culture thing, you can't be creative. So I think you're totally right. I think it's funny. It's really funny to me that conservatism is the new punk rock. Isn't that bizarre? I would have never thought that as a child.
Yeah, I know, me neither. In the 90s, it was totally flipped. And when you
Right.
say that now, you trigger like liberals or whatever, they get real triggered, but it's true.
You're slightly older than us, Dave. What do you think of that? What, that conservatism is the new punk rock?
Oh, I mean, that goes without saying. I mean, Johnny Rotten
Yeah,
is
Oh yeah.
that's
Yeah.
right. He's defending like Brexit and all that. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. That's so funny.
he was defending Trump, so
Good for him. Yeah, because that means he's like consistent too. So many
Yeah.
flip floppers.
but I wouldn't say those people are not creative. I wouldn't it's just not what people want. I mean, there's plenty of people that are like super talented. It's just wasted.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
they
a good
do
point.
they do beautiful work, but it's still a waste.
yeah,
You know?
absolutely. Yeah, you'll see some amazing talent, and then it's making woke, boring garbage. That has all these restrictions on it. Creativity.
At the end of the day, this is a business, and if the business is kowtowing to actually what the mainstream media would like to say is the majority, which it's not, and you see that it's not selling, why are you still continuing to go in that direction and sell to a group of people that aren't even buying? Why don't you
Right.
sell towards a message that everyone could buy into, where it's common sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a message you've been pounding into my head since we've been working together intensely on this, is leave it behind. Leave all that
Yeah,
woke corporate mainstream. You told me on the phone last night, such a great thing, man, such brotherly love, telling me that excuse my language, that shit is dead. That's buried. Leave it back there. Let's celebrate
yeah.
what we love. Let's show people why we can make beautiful, uplifting stories, and let's just move forward with our lives. You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
at this point, I don't mind. I'm not going to waste my time getting angry at them not doing what I want. I'm going to
Right.
make what I want. And
Yeah.
that just gives me a broader avenue to be in this lane where they're not. You know what I mean? And again, people are
Yeah.
going to get out of that lane with all that clutter and junk and come over to where I'm at and say, hey, this guy's doing it.
Yeah, yeah, I think, and instead of defeating woke people, you know what we can do? We can convert them. We can make such beautiful, high quality, uplifting art. They're gonna see it and they won't be able to deny it. It'll be undeniable. I talk a lot about sports analogies because it's a big part of my background. And I think you don't want to hit the ball, baseball. You don't want to hit the ball a double, a triple, whatever. You want to hit a home run into the effing parking lot. No one can argue when you do that. You hit it in the field, they could throw you out. You could slip up trying to steal second, whatever. You hit that thing into the parking lot, home run, you're finished. So I think if we make art that good, we hit our deadlines, we write our stories, we make our beautiful artwork, the people on the woke side, they're going to convert and come over, and we'll win them over and then change the culture and lift people up. So that's a huge goal of ours. I love that. I got to address this question because it's an important one. Thank you, Frankie. How do we get our mailing list thing? Everyone who was on the mailing list, which ended when I launched this, that was like 1,470 something of you, you get a trading card that is limited edition only for you. And I have the Excel spreadsheet. This is a little boring. And I will parse out your names. And when you get your whatever you back, you'll get that card, and it's a limited card that no one else will get. It will be I don't know how it'll be different, but it'll definitely be different. I'm talking to the card guy. He's supposed to call me back today. I don't know if it'll be different colored ink or foil. No promises on any of that. He's going to tell me what some options are to make a really special item for you guys. So don't worry about claiming it or anything. I have your names from the email list, and I will parse that out when it's time to distribute the stuff. Thank you for the question, though, Danky Frankie. All right. Here's another one. Thank you, Love God Bible Truth. That's right. Oh, here's one for you, Dave. You're right, Bro Hawk. Be the change in comics you want to see. Yeah, I agree. So is that something you've been thinking about a long time, Narwhal? About the conservatives are like the new punk rock, and they're the ones making more daring art and stuff? Because I've noticed it. My daughter Minnie, I do a show on Thursdays with her. She's super funny. She's a stand-up comedian, and she's been doing it since she was 16. Like in Hollywood at the Comedy Store, and here in San Diego at the Comedy Store. She goes out like 5 nights a week and does stand-up. And what I've noticed, you have some stand-ups now on the conservative side. They're actually more funny. And, some of them are still, liberal or whatever, but they're not the woke side. You see how the wokesters even went after a left-wing guy like Dave Chappelle, who now Dave Chappelle looks right-wing compared to the wokesters. Which is hilarious how that Overton window is moving. So
yeah. And like Russell Brand, do you guys follow him at all? He's got a big YouTube channel.
Yeah,
and like he's been getting more and more red pilled, but he's like, it's anyone who kind of doesn't move, they end up getting called conservative. So he would have been a liberal, or still is, but he's like the real way you would define a liberal, like pro freedom of speech and all this stuff.
Right. Classical liberal is what they call it, I think, right?
Yeah. And then now he's getting called conservative and whatever, and getting character assassinated and stuff. So it is like befuddling and frustrating.
That means he's over the target.
Right.
Yeah.
The
last thing I'll say about that too is in Europe with that Overton window thing, sometimes they're far left. I like more because they're not woke either. Like that, like we got a real live communist in Comicsgate. His name's Commie Mark. And he's a British communist, and you can talk to him about communism. I don't know, like if you want to debate him or whatever, but he's like a straight up communist, but he's not woke. And I'm like, you know what? I'll take a communist who's not woke over a woke person any day. So
yeah, I feel like wokeness is like weaponized resentment or something. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, how dare you have anything that I don't have? How dare you think thoughts I don't like? And it's bizarre. So again, that's why I'm glad Dave is in my ear, and he'll check me, man. You guys don't know. You don't know Dave the way I know him. Dave will smack you like a brother and just tell you. And I don't mean like a black brother. I mean like like he's actually your brother. Although he's both to me, But no, he'll call me on my nonsense when I do it. So I don't know if you guys know, I do nonsense sometimes. So
yeah, no, that's good. That's a good team up too, to have one person be the slapper.
Right.
That's like Abbott and Costello.
Well, I'm a bit of a firebrand. I'm a little aggressive, and Dave is helping me make that more useful and less destructive and reckless. You know what I mean? So it's a thing I'm aware of about myself. So, and he's actually, I'm being sincere, he's really helping me a lot with it. So
and Dave, you're right. It's good to focus on creation rather than like even worrying about reacting to like someone was, I heard that and I liked it there. Someone was saying if it's just even, well, there's the Tolkien quote where it's like evil cannot create, all it can do is corrupt what's already been created.
Right.
And then there's just if you're reacting to stuff, you're not really creating. Or like the most creative you can be is when you're not even reacting to stuff, where you're just giving something new to the world, kind of. And right now, the more punk rock aspect of that is disconnected from the woke politics for sure.
Gabe could be kind of like a shotgun, where I'm trying to get him to be more of a sharpshooter.
Right, like a sniper.
Yeah, nice.
A sniper. Instead of like spraying all over the place, just.
Right.
It.
Yeah, you want to be focused in your stuff here. Michael Quaid, yes, I see Truth, Justice, and the American Way. I click, baby. Well, I thank you, baby. I like this new language we have. Hold on, my wife just texted me. Did I boomer something else? Oh, honey, please tell me I didn't boomer something else. Please tell me this is on the air and this is all real.
Yeah.
Let's okay. Did you read Alexi's super chat? I was in the shower. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. You're gonna have to come and tell me. I don't know what that's about.
That was real private.
Yeah. Did you read Alexi's super chat? I was in the shower. Is this some sort of riddle? Is this some sort of fun game we're playing? I doubt it. So, oh goodness. All right. What I wanted to do before we check on the total again, I wanted to go through some of these tiers really quick to kind of show people what they get. Will you? Gary Martin is here. Yay!
Gary. Who's Gary?
Look at G-Money!
Oh,
Nice.
What's up, G?
I'm wearing this intentionally today too. Right? I got this at a truck stop in Texas, at a Buc-ee's in Texas. So, how you doing, Gary? Welcome.
Good. You would not find a shirt like that in Oregon or Washington.
No.
Yeah. I got to do my call out real quick. What's poppin', G?
That's now I can start my day.
So for those of you in the chat, we welcome Gary Martin. The man literally wrote the book on inking. I love being able to say that. The Dark Horse, what is it called? The Dark Horse Guide to Inking, or I don't know. You wrote
Dark
it.
Horse is not in the title.
Say it again.
Okay.
Dark Horse is not in the title.
I have it, but Mike Barron gave it to me like 15 years ago, so I don't remember the name of it.
The Art of Comic Book Inking.
There you go.
Which is out of print.
Ooh, so it's rare. He is our great inker on this book, and we love him, and he's working his tail off to bring you guys some great entertainment here. Let's see. So, what's going on? I was going to show off the perks and stuff and talk about, but since you just jumped in, Gary, what's going on with you this morning, and how are you feeling about this project? Are you excited?
Super excited. I'm excited every time I get to work with David. But this one, it's hard not to be excited. I would have to be a liberal to not be excited.
Hold on, my wife's coming into my office to tell me something secretly. Hold on, go ahead, guys. What?
So G,
I missed the super chat. I missed a super chat. That's what the problem was. My wife wanted me to go back and find out. How did I'm so sorry. I have to respect anyone that donates money to the channel. I'm very sorry. Alexi Luthor for $5. Thank you, honey, for telling me about that. I made a Robin costume for myself when I was 10, and my grandmother called me a queer, told me to go outside and get the stink blown off you. Sounds like you had a firecracker for a grandmother, as did I.
Yeah.
Grandma wanted you to put on a Batman costume. That's why.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, goodness. So sorry to interrupt you, Gary, but I really always want to respect people on their super chats because, you know, money's a big deal for people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Alexi Luthor also says these characters make great action figures. I agree. I think Dave's design sensibility is amazing. You know what I mean? So absolutely. But where were you, Gary?
I was not making any kind of relevant point at all.
Good. Me neither.
I'm gonna ask a question of G Money. How far back do we go?
Do you and I go?
Yeah.
I can't remember. It had to be late 80s.
Yeah. I would. Yeah, probably 86, 87, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow. That's like when I was born. You guys been friends.
I don't remember how I was introduced to you. I think I saw your artwork first. Was that at a convention?
Yeah, it was up in the Bay Area. It was in Oakland. And remember the guy who was doing that bear comic?
Oh, yeah, Jim Smith.
Jim Smith.
Boris the Bear.
And yeah, Boris the Bear. And we all got together and talked about doing Tommy and the Monsters.
And Steve Matson.
Steve Matson, that's right. And there's this other thing called The Man that we were going to do.
Oh yeah, man.
That's right. Yeah. And so that's how we got introduced, and you inked some of my stuff. You were my first inker.
I did not know that.
What book was it?
Tommy and the Monsters, right?
Tommy and the Monsters.
Oh,
With the Art Adams cover.
Yeah, Arthur Adams did the cover.
wow. What publisher was this?
That was Jim Smith, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The Boris the Bear guy, his label. I don't remember.
The second issue went to this other guy I don't want to mention.
Yeah, and then he absolutely fumbled.
Yes, he did.
I'm looking for it on like image search, and all I'm getting is
please
Thomas the Tank Engine.
You might
Oh,
find
well,
Tommy and the
well,
Monsters
well,
Art Adams cover.
Yeah, you'll only find the Arthur Adams cover. You won't see any interior art from it.
You still have
But
a copy
man,
of
that
that
was
lying
a
around?
long time ago.
Dave, do you have a copy of that book handy?
No, I burned them all.
Really?
I might have one in my files.
Oh,
What was that, G? What'd you say you got?
And I might have one in my files.
how very interesting.
There's going to be a knock on your door pretty soon.
Oh,
So yeah,
someone-
that was a long time ago, and I couldn't believe how young you were.
Yeah.
I mean, the artwork. I remember the artwork that I was doing when I was, late teens, early 20s, and when I saw your stuff, I got nauseous. It's like this is not possible. So yeah, David, you right out of the chute, you were doing amazing work, and I knew that I wanted to hitch my wagon to you.
Yeah, we got an echo. I wonder someone's microphone is doing that. It's not I though. It ain't me. But yeah, Dave, you were quite young when you signed on to do some. Your first work at DC was Who's Who, right? You did some stuff for that.
Yeah.
Were you still in high school, or had you already graduated?
Yeah, I was still in high school.
So, okay. Let me interrupt that question with this. Do you want to address this one, Dave, or do you want me to take this? Thank you, Frankie asked, could you explain what RAW is?
It's, the raw pencils and layouts and prelims and concept art. So you get to see it's behind the scenes.
Right. The description I have is a 28-page black and white ash can of the Truth, Justice, American Way, prelims, layouts, and concept sketches. So you'll get to see just that. And you see a little bit there in the thumbnail. We got an interior page and some of the covers in pencil. So we'll have the raw pencils, and we'll have some notes on it and some of the concept art. So definitely, check that out if you would like. I think stuff like that is really fun. It's kind of like DVD commentary and things like that. So hey, Narwhal, do you do things like that in yours? Because I know I got Earthbound this week and it was fantastic. But do you do like commentary and like prelim art and all that sort of stuff?
Like behind the scenes in the book? No, but me and the Narzak books with you boy Zach, we do that, and it's fun. People like it a lot, and it's like that one. It works even better because we have these long email chains, and I just like copy paste them into pages of comic, and people can read our email exchanges. So it's kind of fun, and that adds we do that, like it just gives a little extra content to the book to get it a little more value.
Yeah, that was an idea that Dave hit me with late last night, and I thought it was a great idea. So, and I've been saying for a while, let me go through these tiers real quick here, just so you know. So we have 3 different covers we're very proud of. Gary and Dave did such a spectacular job. They set me up so well to color these. I love the composition. It gave me such a great opportunity to render these in a way that just made me so happy. It's just, this is the kind of work I love to do. Superhero work, nice and clean, big iconic graphic shapes, you know. Yeah, so we have a 3-pack that you can check out. We have Raw, which is that behind the scenes, you know, black and white pencils and stuff like that. Or you can get each cover individually if you'd like. You know what I mean? So here's the second cover featuring Truth on it. And then we also have this third cover here with American Way featured. And I love the night shot back there of Justice. I love doing that double light of the uplight from the city and then the moonlight behind him. And then you see on the right there, we also have T-shirts, which was another brilliant idea that Dave had. What were you going to say?
Is it showing the screen right now?
It isn't. I'm boomering for the third time today.
Okay, there you go.
Goodness.
No, this is cool. This is your crash course. This is
No, it's cool. Like I'm learning on the fly. It's fine. Whatever. But yeah, so we have, these are the tiers here. Again, like I was saying, we have this cover here featuring Justice, right? And I think that's the favorite. It's my favorite. And when I look at sales, you know, you don't watch what people say, you watch what they do. When I look at sales, it seems like that one is outselling the others. I really enjoy that one. But again, we have a 3-pack at the top. Go ahead. What?
I just said cool.
Oh, okay.
That's a good question to ask out there. What are their favorite covers? Because we all have our favorites. What do the fans think?
What? I'm going to put a poll in the chat. What is the best cover? So we'll say Truth or Justice. Let's see if I can boomer this poll question and do something wrong. You don't know, Gary. I sent out the link this morning to the wrong YouTube video, and we were in a private video, and no one was here for 30 minutes.
Were you in panic mode?
No, I was really confused. I was like, maybe it's a holiday and
nobody loves us.
Yeah, well, I know the book is good, and I know people want it, but I was like, okay.
It's like going to a party and nobody's there, and you're wondering if you got the day wrong, but you just are early.
Yeah. So okay, so I put it in the I put it in the chat. People can vote there. Let's see what they're saying already. Oh, Truth is running away with it. Then Justice and American Way are tied, but there's only 15 votes.
I have a feeling Truth.
They like the boobs. Boob window.
Yeah, I think Truth's going to be the fave.
Well, I'll say this. I won't name companies because we're moving away from haterade. We're being positive. I will say this, though. Working for yourself, it is refreshing to be able to draw beautiful women again. I'll leave it at that. I'll be very diplomatic, you know? So, yeah. Oh, look at this. Va, 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 voom.
Yeah.
Back Truth, but I like all 3 covers.
Agreed. David.
Yeah.
What was your inspiration for Truth and her look? Where did you get that from?
People would think the obvious, you know, but it wasn't. I was thinking a little bit into my youth and like cartoons, like a certain Hanna-Barbera cartoon. And I was pulling from that a lot. I'll probably tell in another stream where exactly which Hanna-Barbera cartoon I'm pulling from.
Okay, I was going to say I don't remember any cartoons with someone like that.
If I say it, you'll go, "Oh, yeah,"
Okay.
and then you won't not see it, you know. But there's obvious where I'm also pulling from the familiar that we do know, but I'm just trying to marry a bunch of things that were in us as we grew up watching, you know, Saturday morning cartoons, reading comics, you know, certain actresses. You know, you pointed out an actress that I didn't even know. You could tell, you know, and I pulled up a picture of her and it looks just like her. So you could expound on that.
I wish I could remember her name. Maybe you guys out there can help me out.
What was the actor? What's the famous actor that was her husband again? British guy?
Michael Caine.
Yeah.
remember the film The Man Who Would Be King with Sean Connery? She plays the woman that he marries in that movie, and that was Michael Caine's wife, I believe. I could be wrong. His
Yeah,
wife.
I'll bring that up in a
You can
second.
still-
Anybody know her name? She is an amazing beauty.
Yeah.
Okay, I found a good picture of her. Hold on. Now let me go find that one iconic headshot that Dave did that really looks like her to me. And then I'll throw that up on the screen. Yeah, because I thought that was fascinating when you showed that to me. Hold on. Okay, I've got that picture. And then I need this picture, corner box, and then we need truth. Okay, so here we go with this. Okay, so we have this. We did these for the corner box thing, and then you talked about that actress, and I see it. Do you see it? I do see it in that
Yeah.
right here.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
You know what I mean? And there's some other photos
Yeah.
that are more similar, but I do see it definitely. I thought that was fascinating. But who knew? Michael Caine. Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah.
Way to pull. Way to pull, my friend. Right. So yeah, that's Alfred pulling in the ladies. So
That's right, Alfred.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was like considered a heartthrob back in the day, and I don't get it when I see him.
Let me see. Where did yeah, I saw him in that thing. It was, did you say it was The Man Who Would Be King?
Yes.
I saw him in that. He looked pretty macho, and it was a picture with her actually in that. I don't know where that picture is now, but
Great movie. I highly recommend it.
yeah.
Is that the one that has Sean Connery also?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right. Oh, Danky Frankie has been asking about the card in the chat, and I need to address that. Danky, I don't know if I explained this before, but I explained it in my head at least. Everyone who was on the email list, which ended this morning when the stream launched, so you can't get on that email list now, will get the limited edition card, and it will not be the same as the stretch goal card. So don't worry. It's a reward for being on the email list. You will get it. I have a separate list of who was on the early email list. So I will be able to keep track of that. So whatever you buy a t-shirt, ash can, this, that, or the other, we will know who was on the email list, and you will get your card. Think of it like a stretch goal. You know what I mean? So it's not listed when you check out and pay on Indiegogo, but we know who was on the email list. And when we go through that list, we say, okay, this person gets one of these cards. So thank you for asking about that, because I'm sure that helps other people understand that concept. Thank you very much, Danky. Sorry I didn't address that sooner, because I think you've been asking about that for a minute, but I've been talking a lot and trying to read a lot of things, and I've been trying to boom at the stream a lot too. So, yeah. So let's see.
I think Dave
Do you look-
has these.
Huh?
The cards have been produced, and Dave has them tucked under his shirt. So every card will have Dave's DNA embedded into the paper. That's the extra perk.
A little bit of his sweat. Wasn't there like some singer and he would wear like pads on him during concerts, and they would take his sweat and infuse it into like cologne or perfume? It was some country guy did that. I saw it on I seen it on the TV somewhere. I don't know. I could be making that up, but I know I've heard of that.
That sounds better than Gwyneth Paltrow's candles that exploded.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's see. Improbi says, I was excited for this day. Gabe had been hyping up this project for months, and now we get to meet the team. This book looks like a home run in the satisfaction department. Thank you so much. What a kind compliment. So, here's an interesting thing. Zayd Comics says, we need an American Way foil card where his skin is shiny. I have an email out to the card guy that's making the cards for me, and that's specifically what I asked him last week. I don't have an answer yet. If he can even do it or what the cost is, but it is something I'm looking into, so don't worry about it. So,
Can we do a scratch and sniff for Justice?
oh my, what does Justice smell like? Describe it. Describe it like you're describing a wine. You know how those people get all pretentious with wine? You know, it's oak and cherry, and it's like, I feel like it smells like wine. You know?
That's all I'm going to say about that.
Oh no, Justice smells like wine.
Yeah.
Or like the mall Santa Claus, his breath smells like vodka.
Is it WINE or WHIN?
Yeah.
Right.
Someone's whining like, what does that smell like?
Oh, someone just texted me that they're backstage. Oh, We welcome him to the show, the one, the only, my brother on Wednesday nights on our show discussing 80s and 90s martial arts action.
Oh,
It's
look
Sean
at that,
Pichetti.
Gene.
How you doing, friend?
It's
What's
great
up,
to
Shane?
see you guys. I was just reading a book by an absolute legend. I don't know if you guys have ever heard
Oh,
of
yeah.
this book
Oh,
or
cool.
know this legend, but yeah, I hope you guys are having as good of a
Yeah.
day as I am.
There you
Right.
go.
How does
Thank
that make
you. Thank you. The check's in the mail.
Absolutely right.
you?
My backer number is going to be in the mail in a second here, so I'm
Very
ready to rock.
cool. Very cool.
That's right. Justice smells like bacon.
No, hold on.
Smells like.
Perfect.
I love this. Justice smells like freedom.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
love
right.
this. Is better. This is
too.
better.
Bacon and freedom.
Smells like
Whiskey
whiskey
and
and Newports. I had an uncle
These are all
like
great
that.
ideas.
I think I remember Ren and Stimpy comic had a scratch and sniff,
I loved those books.
and it smelled nasty. I mean, you couldn't identify what that smell was.
Yeah. Oh, there was a Harlequin like 2-3 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, and it was scratch and sniff, all kinds of different scents on different pages. And they had some raunchy ones. I think they actually had vomit on one of the pages, and it smelled like. Did you guys ever eat those Harry Potter any flavor beans?
Oh Lord.
Oh my God, those things are horrible. They really are like dirt and like throw up, and they taste so bad. Some of them. It's funny though to. I remember we were at my wife's, at my brother-in-law's house for Christmas, and someone got this like Harry Potter any flavor beans, and what that is for those who don't know, some of the beans have disgusting flavors like vomit or dirt or just something gross, and then some of them are just cherry and banana. We mixed it up, and then we would give people say, "Oh, here, try these are good," and then you'd see their face when they bite into an onion jelly bean. So I
Is
don't
that why you were up late last night, Gabe, reading Harry Potter?
No, I was actually reading Earthbound Volume 2. Then I was
Sure
watching.
you were.
I
Then
was.
You're gonna stick with that story.
I've never read Harry Potter. It annoyed the crap out of me because it was like Harry Potter mania. I was like a sophomore in college. I went to college a little bit late, but I was a sophomore in college, and at Harry Potter, everyone's talking about it's so great. And that first movie comes out, and I go and see it, and I'm like, what the hell was that? I did not like it at all. I guess it's just not for me, but I'm not a fan at all. Now, to be fair, I've never read the books. I saw the first movie and completely disliked it. So maybe the books are good. I have no idea. But are you guys into Harry Potter? I don't think so, but are you?
No.
I was made to work on
Negative.
it for years at Consumer Products.
I'm only into Truth, Justice, American Way. It's the only book I'm going to read
Right.
from here on out. That's it.
Really?
Done with all other books. I've been ruined off of other books. You know, I don't know what this British story is, but I'm going to be reading my comics the American way. That's how it is. But by the way, I do have to say about Michael Caine's wife. Yeah, good job, India. Way to go. Nicely done. That's half of me anyway.
Right.
There you go.
Oh man.
So there was a question in the chat, and I've lost it now, but it was like, where do you see these heroes in other stories? I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember. They were just asking about the future. We definitely want to do as much as we can with these, right? I mean, we've talked about it, Dave and Gary, that this isn't it. To me, this is the beginning of a superhero universe. That's what I would love this to be. You know, I want to go as far and as crazy and as fun as we can with all this stuff for as long as we can. So I think as long as we put our hearts into it like we are and deliver a great product, I think the audience will support us. So are you guys on the same wavelength there, Dave, Gary?
Can I do a secret reveal? We talked about having our three characters being shopping mall security guards, and
This is
the
breaking
whole
news.
issue,
Yeah.
their whole issue, they're chasing down a shoplifter. And maybe I'm remembering a Doom Patrol story.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
I'll tell you,
That's
the
not
design
happening,
on
people.
Justice, guys, is incredible. I just have to tell you, I think Justice is one of the coolest. That T-shirt is. I've got to get a hold of that T-shirt. That's going to be one of the things I back. It's such an amazing character. It's so beautiful. I instantly loved that character the first time I saw them, It was just amazing.
Yeah, I think I saw it too, and I was smitten by that one. I mean, Dave's designs are just they're such good graphic design. They're so iconic.
Yeah.
I see these as action figures instantly. You know what I mean? I think they're so well designed. And just look at how that looks on shirts. I was saying earlier that Dave was suggesting shirts to me, and I'm like, why? Who's going to want a shirt? And then I made the shirts. I got an Adobe Illustrator and started messing around. I was like, oh, I want shirts.
Mhm.
Like, I love these. So, yeah, he has a very good sense of design. So, Dave, do you want to talk about that a tiny bit? Because you said you worked at Consumer Products for Warner Brothers or whatever. Did you just learn on the job, or was there training, or was there actual theory taught to you about consumer products, or was it just you had good leaders, or how did that work?
All of the above.
Oh.
When you leave comic books has you working within what you know of comic books, and you become your own person, and that's your style or whatever. But when you go into, say, like animation, now you're forced to draw like someone else, right? And you're trained on learning their style that they took, years to learn themselves, but you got to learn it in a quicker pace. And then when I left that to go to Consumer Products, just imagine that times 10, because now we're dealing with a ton of properties where you have to be malleable to draw like some other person and be indiscernible from other, you know what I mean? So you have to become invisible, as an artist, and make it look like whoever this artist who created this Bugs Bunny look, or here's Yogi Bear, and here's Harry Potter, here's Osmosis Jones, here's Iron Giant, here's all of this stuff that I had to do, and Harry Potter, and it goes from being really cartoony to really realistic to everything in between. And so doing that for like 10 years, you kind of pick up things. And I was working with the super talented people that were there already before I got there, and they're showing me what they do and how they come to their conclusions. I was working with Frank Espinoza, who's a great artist, and he was the art director there. And he has his own comic that he does now, Rocketo, that was very successful over at Image. But he has a whole range of different styles, and then right next to me, one of my best friends is Jerome Moore, and he's one of my favorite artists of all time. And he's just, showing me all of the stuff and how he comes to it. And I had to follow a lot of what he was doing, and that's almost like an impossible task. Well, I will say it's an impossible task because I don't think I ever captured what he could do, and he's working on like Young Justice right now, or in animation, and doing all this kind of great stuff, and he's blowing up. And so I worked under a lot of great people, and so I want to take all that knowledge that I have and put it back out, into comic books, and say, okay, here's some of the stuff I learned, and here's some of the things aesthetically that I know that is pleasing, because Consumer Products is very specific to please consumers who are buying cereal, toothpaste, whatever the brand is, where it's about branding and marketing. And it goes out to Walmart, it goes out to Target, it goes out to Walgreens, it goes out to any of those types of shops that the Warner stores, if they even still exist,
Yeah.
And so learning all of that stuff, I want to bring that brand understanding into comics, to where it looks like, man, this is a tight brand, and it'll make other people who are in that go, hey, let's look at this. How far can we take this brand? You know what I mean? Hey, can we put this brand on our shoes, on our jackets, on our whatever? So I want to have that baked into. That's why these graphics are, instantly like, yeah, I get it. It's simple. It's to the point. It's semi-familiar. So I want to continue to bring what I learned over the years.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like I remember I worked at Wildstorm the last 3 years it was open, and I felt like I got my doctorate there, you know, like working with all those guys and learning so much. And it sounds like you did the same sort of thing in consumer products, just learning from so many people and having to adapt and all that. Very cool. Let me address this super chat because we always respect that. General for $1.99. Thank you. So generous, General Piggy. It's a hilarious avatar. I'm sorry, I just looked right at the face there. To make me laugh. Truth, Justice, and the American Stream. You're right, baby. President's Day. You know, my uncle Dave used to say he won the lottery when he was born, being born in America and born to those parents. And I feel the same way. I feel so lucky that my dad came to this country from Libya. And, you know, I just feel so lucky to be here. And I'm really happy. And there's no coincidence that I wanted to launch this on President's Day. I love it here. Shant is a patriot. What do you call your imprint again? It's Liberty.
Oh yeah, at the end of every video I put "Made with Liberty in the USA."
That's right.
And that's, you know, guys, I mean, this is the craziest thing. The toughest thing about being in this country for me is the fact that you really have the opportunity to nut up or shut up. You can be creative. You can put things out there. I mean, you look at, you know, we talk about this stuff all the time, but having those opportunities do not guarantee you that you come up with something that is as cool as Truth, Justice, American Way, let alone you take that opportunity to be an independent artist, that you actually seize that opportunity. That's why this book is so important, you know, and that's why it's such a beautiful work. It's a bunch of masters coming together and putting their craft together to make something that is really needed right now. And I think outside of needed, because that's a term they use, right? It's the entertainment that you need, not the entertainment that you want. This is wanted entertainment. This is the entertainment I think people really want to see right now. Something that's uplifting, something that's like those Hanna-Barbera shows that we grew up watching. But also, if we only wanted that, we would go watch a rerun. You're not going to get justice. You're not going to get the American Way, and you're not going to get truth in that. You're going to get something new for now, and I love it.
Thank you. Wow, what a compliment. Jeez.
I came here to sell comics and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of bubble gum.
We will be reviewing They Live on our Wednesday night show, 7 p.m. Pacific.
That's right.
Double Impact with Gabe and Shant. We review all things 80s and 90s awesome adventure and action movies. I wanted to address this. The great Zaid Comics, he's one of the Diaz brothers. That's Phil Diaz. Backer 125. Thank you so much, friend. Can you talk about the Raw Ash Can? The Raw Ash Can, let me scroll up here. Or let me bring it on screen. I almost boomered. Let's see. Truth, Justice, American Way, Raw. Raw, I have to lean over here because I'm not wearing my glasses. Raw, a 28-page black and white ash can of the Truth, Justice, American Way prelims, layouts, and concept sketches. So you get to see some pencil line work, some pages before they were quite done, and covers and stuff like that, and a little bit of commentary from us. You know what I mean? And you'll get to see behind the scenes, like you're hanging out with me at my house. That would be strange if you were hanging out here asking me questions about comics. But yeah, behind the scenes, it's like DVD commentary. So yes, check out Raw for those of you that want to go deep on this. For those of you that are also thinking of doing your own comics, I think it would be useful to see the process. You know what I mean? To see how we go from idea to concept sketch to ink to color and all that sort of thing. So thank you for the question, Mr. Zaid Comics.
Absolutely.
So should we check on the total again, or you know what I haven't done? Yeah, we'll check on the total. But what I haven't done is play that trailer at the top. So let me refresh the page. Oh wow!
Hey,
look at that. We are at
8K, guys.
8,000.
That's awesome.
Congratulations.
Hey, not bad.
Congrats, man. You guys are killing it.
Yeah, not bad for an hour or so. Very good.
Yeah, man. It's
Because the
excellent.
first 40 minutes I was in a private stream. That was hilarious. I don't think I'm going to take that down. I'm just going to leave
That's
that
the
up.
best boomer mistake ever. That should be a
I was
legendary.
on with my daughter doing I do a comedy show with my daughter Minnie on Thursdays called Father-Daughter Dance.
Mhm.
And I went on and I was laughing and, hey, welcome to the show. And my microphone was off. Oh.
Well, you know what though? It's like it's sort of like Inigo Montoya, right? Like, you know, if you didn't do the private stream, it's over too quickly. You know, it's like you can't do it right-handed, right? So you got to go in there and you got to stream private. You probably got more viewers streaming private than I did on my launch. Man. You
Give
never
yourself
know.
a handicap.
That's right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. Oh, Eric the Guapo asks, is this raw Ashcan comic size or Ashcan size? When Dave said it to me last night, the small Ashcans, when I looked at it, I said it should be regular comic book size. So it's an Ashcan in spirit and theme, but this is regular comic book size, that 6 point whatever inches by 10 point whatever inches. So I can tell it to you in pixels because I know the digital size, but the actual print size, I forget. But
It's not going to be artist edition size.
No. It's a comic book magazine. This one, you know what I mean? It's in that tradition of Ashcans.
Dang it!
Yeah. So
that may come later, G.
Yeah, I think
Don't
we can do
worry.
an artist edition later. We'll have to see what the fans think and what the response is if people are requesting it. You know, we want to give people what they want. Like you said earlier, Shanta, I thought that was brilliant. Where the wokesters will be like, "This is the comic book and the entertainment you need." It's like, no. This is what you want. This is what you want. So if people say they want a big hardcover artist edition, if people say they want, I've had at least one, and I think there might have been more people say to me, could you have children's sizes in the clothing? I'll consider all of that. But feedback is not only welcome, it's encouraged, please, because this is yours. This is your comic book. This belongs to you guys now when you buy this. I mean, we want to make this for you. We want to make you happy. I worked at Pizza Hut in high school. I was making it great back in the 90s. And I would put anchovies on the pizza when people ordered it, even though I didn't like it because it's what they wanted.
So
And it took a lot of hand washing to get that stink off your fingers.
we know how long the stream was private, but do we have a running time on this stream for how long it took a Comicsgate stream to bring up food? Because it's real quick, and now I'm wanting some Pizza Hut, and here I am.
All right. Okay. So I want to do a poll in the chat about pizza. So I'm going to get rid of the poll we have here. So
Wait.
Let's see the result.
Wait. We gotta see the result of the last one, and then we gotta see the video.
Oh,
Yep.
That's right. Okay. So Truth won 36-32 for Justice and 32 for American Way. That is an upset. I thought Justice was going to run away with it, but because it's my favorite. But
Close though.
the people, I can think of two good reasons why Truth won.
Yeah, me too. Always bet on the babe.
Yeah, those eyes are stunning.
Right.
No-
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, geez.
those ears, the two ears.
I'm telling you.
Oh, we got a special request here from Thank You, Frankie. Please put anchovies on my comic book. Will do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Take them to order.
Oh my gosh, this guy, Fear Lantern. Dude, me too. First job, Pizza Hut, when stuffed crust came out. That's when I worked there in 95 when they introduced the stuffed crust. We would make, you know what the stuffed crust was? Those are mozzarella sticks. We'd put them around the crust and then we'd roll the crust over and then crimp it on. So yeah, Pizza Hut.
That could be a comic. It'd be like first page is a guy being like, I was working at Pizza Hut when they unveiled the stuffed crust in 1995. Let me tell you how it was.
That's my
Let me tell
origin
you this.
story.
Comes to Rutger Hauer, right? I've
Yeah.
seen crusts that you people can't even imagine.
Yeah.
Pepperoni's off the shoulder of Orion.
Bell peppers disappear like tears in the rain.
You know, this is like barely related, but I'm writing a comic just not even going to be real for years, but it has a comic within a comic that the kid reads, and I'm like, well, it could be anything. Like it actually doesn't need to be a joke, but it can be. And it's always like, what would the comic within the comic be? And I'm like, it's Astro Baguette. It's like a loaf of bread in space.
That's hilarious.
Oh my lord, man.
Okay,
That's
so
good.
the next poll. Should I do the cliche pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Oh, sometimes you gotta.
I'm going to do that.
This is turning into the Ninja Turtle show. Show the trailer.
Okay, hold on. Pineapple on pizza, question mark, ask your community. Okay, I'm going to show okay, so that's in the chat. Let's show the trailer. Okay, make this full screen. Don't boomer, Gabe. Don't do it. Okay.
Look at him messing up already.
I did not. That's
How come it
insane.
looks like this on the
Why did-
screen?
Why did that
See,
stretch
go
out?
back.
I didn't tell it to stretch out.
Volume.
Well, that was fun.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know why that stretched out. I hit full screen. I didn't do that, Boomer. That did itself. Don't blame me. Let's see how my pineapple's going up here.
All video production by Gabe Eltaye.
Hey, I sell comics. I don't claim to sell videos. So.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Uh-huh.
I am on 3 hours of sleep. So I do feel, and I haven't eaten. I just woke up, took a shower, and then I jumped over here and sent everybody the wrong link, like a genius. And I haven't eaten, and I have coffee, so I do feel punchy a little bit. So carry me, friends, please.
Yeah, and I've got the I don't know if it's going to work and how it would work with audio, so it's doing its thing right now. But I'm uploading on mine just the straight video file. I just ripped it off of YouTube, so if you want to, when you want to share it next time, you might be able to play it from that shared screen right there.
Okay.
But we'll see. We'll probably have to upload for a second first, and then it'll say it's ready. But you never know.
The video we just watched.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Add to stream. We have a new guest.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, look at
Hello,
these 6
everyone.
people.
What's up, Andy?
What's going on, guys? Thought I'd join. I hope you don't mind. I'm actually doing a little inking right now, but I want to join in before you were gone. So
Right. You wanted to come into the real stream, not my private stream this morning.
that's
I don't know if you heard. I did 20 minutes or half an hour with Dave and Mike alone because the stream was set to private.
Oh, no way.
That is unbelievable, right?
That's hysterical.
Is
Well, I
that
did
worse
hear.
than having?
You're on 3 hours of sleep, so I guess we'll give it to you then.
Oh my goodness.
That's funny.
Yeah.
And he's getting some superhero support now in CG. We've
I
got
know.
the First Man, and then we've got Truth, Justice, American Way, building a little superhero corner here. And
Exactly.
Andy's a keystone in that, man, and it's so great to see more people doing that work and at such a high level. You guys are making it intimidating for other people to get in that water.
That's right.
And it's
So
nice to
I'm
meet you,
already-
Mr. Martin.
I'm already intimidated. Andy's talking and inking at the same time.
I'm doing
Amazing.
easy stuff though, so I saved all the easy stuff for last. So
Is this something that we can't see yet, Andy?
no, I don't care. It's not not.
Hold on. I'll make you big.
Ah,
Oh,
nice.
wow.
Whoa.
Transforms, takes the guy away. Calgon, take me away. Calgon, take me away.
now, Andy, did you need my address for mailing that to me? Because
Yeah.
I can get that to you.
Yeah.
Andy, I don't. A lot of guys may not
Wait,
know
you're gonna
this. But
finish inking it for me? I
Oh,
mean,
God.
that seems it's almost done.
I wouldn't do that to a piece of artwork that came from such a great parent. It's not going to happen. It'd be like a Dickensian novel. Everything was going so fine, and then I got sent to this the bleak house.
Nah.
Hey, Gabe, can we share some of the other artists who are here, some of their work?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
let's do it.
And let
Does anyone
people
have
know what
anything they
they're
want to
working on?
show? Or yeah, let's do it. Great idea. Who wants to go first? What
I can't show the inked covers of Truth, Justice, and American Way, the 3 covers,
Yeah.
because after I finished inking them, I laid them out on my bed and rolled around on them.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Is that your way of trying to have Dave say, you know what? I don't even need any back. Just keep them.
Yeah. Just keep it. Hold it. Just
Yeah. Yeah, Dave wanted them, and I
Originally-
put my stamp on it.
Originally,
Boy.
Dave was like,
I actually
I'd like to
want
get
them
one of
more
those
now.
originals back until you said that.
That's
Now
right.
he's like,
I want them more now, especially for the scratch and sniff action.
oh, yeah. Now they're worth more.
I say thee nay.
Smells like coconuts.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Narwhal, do you have anything you can show us? You came in first, so I'll go in that order. Yeah. Is it
Yeah,
all
maybe
digital?
just Nosferatu, I guess. Let's take a quick look at it. Because
Okay.
Here, I'll pull it up and share. I'm actually a little behind if anyone else wants to go first.
Oh, and here he is. Aaron, thank you, Frank,
Hey.
for coming in. I appreciate this.
Hey,
Rob.
Oh, hey.
Presty.
Hey guys, hey Gary, haven't seen you in a while. How you doing?
Yeah, hey,
It's the Wraith
I
of
watched
Joy.
you and David going head to head last night.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
I have to comment that your truth was a white girl.
Yeah, I know. I didn't really capture that Ethiopian feel. I was very disappointed in myself, but I haven't really got into the character yet. So
You said you were going to color it though, so that I know you can pull that off.
Yeah, I'll darken her up a little bit when I color her. Now, is that a real view out your window there, Gary? Or
It's just a place I want to be right now.
It's my happy place.
Exactly.
That's right.
Yes.
Anyway, sorry, Narwhal. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. Good to see you, Aaron.
to
Do
see
you
you.
want to put up my screen real quick, Gabe?
Yeah, I'm looking for. Oh, here it is. Sorry. Add to stream. I have to be very careful not to boom or anything. Goodness.
Cool. Yeah, so almost 20,000.
Oh,
That's
congratulations.
Awesome.
Snap.
Yeah, I'm still in that phase of where, yeah, it's kind of a dream, like don't know what's going on. And day one ends at 4:00 today, I guess. So we'll see where the final tally is. Nosferatu, though, it's 100 years ago the film was released. This is a direct adaptation, pretty strict almost, and that was what was part of the fun for me, was just adapting the silent film.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Art to Bear was actually at that screening when it came out.
That's right. He was one of the ushers at the theater. Yeah.
Well, he was actually up for the role, I think, wasn't he? And then
Yeah, probably.
I was Narwhal. I was explaining this to my son last night. That I explained to him the history of the Nosferatu movie. How when they made it, the Bram Stoker estate or whatever sued them, right? Because they didn't have the rights to it.
that's right.
Yeah.
And then I told my son Peter, and a descendant of Bram Stoker, Clint Stoker, is friends with Narwhal, and he's making his own Dracula comic this year. And Peter asked me, so is Clint Stoker going to sue Narwhal for making this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I had Clint wrote the forward to this, so there's a little forward from him. And then it's funny though, some people have contacted me behind the scenes. They're like incensed by the fact that Clint would claim to be a descendant of Bram Stoker. They're like, he's not really a descendant. The actual definition of descendant means it has to be direct lineage. He's something
Oh my
else.
gosh.
And I'm like, whatever. But
Yeah.
so he and I were doing a crossover comic too, though. I see if I can even share that page because it makes me laugh.
Wait. I'm looking at this stuff. This stuff is
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. So
Yeah, not
these
just
are-
that.
By it, I'm like studying this
there's
stuff.
going to be a gallery.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make you full screen while you go through this. There you
There
go.
Okay.
you go.
There's
Yeah.
going to be a
Yeah, there we
gallery
go.
of 8 to 10 illustrations, not by me. So this is by Fresher Luke. He has.
I want to do one.
Say that again.
I want to do one. I'm serious.
Oh yeah,
I love
Yeah.
the design of this character.
yeah. If you don't mind, I'd love that. It totally
Hit me up. Hit me up.
Cool. Yeah, this is my buddy Jared. He draws this cool, crazy style, and that's a cool one.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, and then so me and Clint were doing. It's a 6-page comic, but it's in 2 parts, and it's a joke crossover comic. And part 1 is in my book, and part 2 is in his book. So this is like they're trying to buy the house, which is like a famous scene from the book, but they're both trying to buy the same house, And he's like, I saw it first. And he's like, he only wants the house because he's in love with your wife. He goes, that's absurd. And he's like, Lucy.
Yeah, I didn't read Dracula until about 5 years ago. It is such an excellent book, I know. But I didn't realize how much real estate had to do with the Dracula book.
It's
Yeah.
those things.
It's
It's funny. It's a cool story. It starts with that, like, it's like a Star Trek plot. It's like the task at hand to just go to this house and
Right.
like sell this guy a house. all right. And then he goes into the mountains and stays with the gypsies, and they're like, do not go to that castle. He's like, I have to sell him the house. They're like, please do not go. And he goes anyway.
Right.
They
It's,
should have said,
Nobody
yeah, go sell
listens.
him that house, move him to your town, get him the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful, man. That piece is beautiful.
so that's the hardcover, right? The cover
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
I love that. Now, did you design that end with the flourishes, the filigree, or did you find that? Or that's gorgeous.
I that's my buddy Jared, this artist. He's kind of a savant. He did the music for the video, and
Okay.
he designed the end, and he did this poster for me. He's got this crazy style. It's kind of like UPA animation from the 60s sometimes. And he and I are working on another top secret project that won't be ready for like a year or whatever, but he's one that he's like my discovery that I'm going to introduce him to Comicsgate kind of.
Very cool.
And this is the cover for the soft cover by Alejandro Mirabel. This is amazing.
genius.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's
That face is great.
yeah.
It's fantastic. Yeah, what is his book? Long Harbor? Gorgeous.
Yeah, he did
artwork.
Long Harbor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this looks fantastic. Can you show the trailer? Because it actually, when I had you on my show last week and interviewed you about this, and the trailer actually spooked me on that one shot. So,
Oh yeah. Cool. Let's watch it.
okay, let's watch this. Ugh.
Yep, short and sweet.
Oh, wow.
That's right.
Very cool.
Man, I gotta get this.
Kudos for doing this book in black and white. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I gotta
thanks.
get this. This is dope.
Hey, I already backed it. Put the link in our private chat, and I'll dump it into the regular chat. Okay, Normal?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that. I definitely want people to get this and support this stuff, because when I interviewed you last week, one thing I told you that I admire about you so much is I see so much fearlessness in your work. You do not draw for like, oh, I need to draw this way so the crowd will love me or whatever. And I mean this as a compliment. You are just like being purely you, and I think that is so refreshing in the art world. You know what I mean? I love that you're just like, no, I think this is awesome, and I'm going to do it. And it just comes through
It
when I
has
read
like
your
a
stuff.
French Miyazaki, mix.
Yeah.
And it's, I'm like, whoa.
I love
Cool.
French comics, totally influenced by that. And yeah, I'm like CG's artsy fartsy guy, but I try to make sure that I deliver the goods too. And one thing with Nosferatu that's cool is like the film, it's like, it's an amazing classic, but if you're not into silent films, it's like hard to watch. And the comic reads way faster than the film does. So it's like way more accessible. And so I'm hoping it kind of, like introduces people to the story. Some people.
Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah, Earthbound.
When we're talking about delivering,
Oh, cool.
guys,
Yeah.
this is what we're talking about. These are enormous volumes. If you've missed Earthbound 1 and 2, I apologize. But I think are they still available, Narwhal?
Yeah, they're still in demand just for like another week or so too. But
And
Yeah.
and it's what else have I got here? I got to show this real quick too for anybody who doesn't have it yet, and it's autographed and right next to me at all times.
oh sweet.
Oh, I thank you so much.
First Man by Andy Smith.
Thank
Comicsgate delivers, fulfills. It's awesome, and I can't wait to be doing this with Wraith of God, because I think that you've got a master over there
Man.
who I see, frankly, as being very Brando and Apocalypse Now. Apparently, when I'm doing those intros. And by the way,
When I take the hat off, it's much more
it's,
clear.
it's one thing to make one of those intros, but it's a whole nother thing when everybody goes, "Oh yeah, I can see that." That was
I know, I'm not sure if I should be flattered by that or horrified by
only
it. But
flattered, man. It's John Malin's favorite, right? It's the one he always wants to make sure gets played, man. People love it. But yeah, man, it's awesome, and I love your work, and it's all of you guys. I was just showing Gary Martin's
you.
inking book here, and the character designs that are happening on this project, Truth, Justice, American Way. It's such a great thing to be surrounded by so many productive people. People talk about creativity as existing in the imagination, in the world I came out of. And it's so much about actually being productive. It's imaginative with your hands and feet moving, like make it happen.
Yeah.
Did you just say, Gary, you got a new inking book? Is that what you just said?
Oh no, this is the one I had, from ages ago that I saw, and I remember thinking to myself, where does one meet legends like this as I'm growing up in Chattanooga, Tennessee?
Now wait, is that the one that's
Right
left
here.
from them?
Right.
Yeah, that's the one I have. Aaron, you could probably use that book. You should look at it.
I happen to have a copy, Andy.
That's right. Early
Well, maybe you should
adopters
actually
here,
read
folks.
it.
Early adopters.
Now, hey, I studied under Gary before he even wrote the book, so I was there at the very early stages.
There you go. And speaking of your
Hey,
You got a
story,
comp copy, Aaron.
Hmm?
Aaron,
Didn't
did you get a
teach
comp
Rachel
copy? when
Dodson how to
I got
do-
my food?
I think I do
Well,
think
that
you gave
David-
me a comp copy. Because that was back in the studio days, wasn't it, when that came out first?
Yes.
Gary, didn't
And
you
you,
teach Rachel
I
Dodson how to
mentioned
do-
you in the forward.
Oh, that's right. I haven't looked at it in probably 20 years. I should crack it open, blow the dust off. But that was such a great book, and how you went about doing it with getting, your take on stuff, and then getting other inkers to like ink pages and stuff. It was really sort of, I remember in the studio, we would kind of laugh about some of the comments that some of the guys made, about other inkers and stuff in the book. And I just thought it was really clever. It was really a nice take on it.
yeah.
I think my mention
Gary.
of you, if my mention of you, Aaron, is an apology for a prank that I pulled on you.
Oh, that is
I gotta
still.
hear this.
No, that's one of the worst. I think I told it sometime. It was one of the worst things that ever happened to me. I was ready to
I don't know about it,
kill
Gary. Oh wait, Shanth has something. I think Shanth might
Yeah, that's
have
it right here. Here's the
What's the
acknowledgement.
prank?
There it is. And an extra backslap to Aaron Lopresti. I hope this will make up for the Captain America gig phone call prank.
Oh man, no. No.
So tell us,
We were-
Gary,
no, look at-
how
we
did
were in
this
the-
prank work?
We were in the studio, right? There was about 12 of us, and some of us went out to lunch, and we came back in, and somebody told me, they said, "Hey, someone from Image called about, wanted something, about you," because Rob was doing Captain America through Image or something.
Right.
And-
The Heroes Reborn.
Yeah, the Heroes Reborn stuff, and they're like, "Hey,
Rachel Dodson took the call.
but she wasn't in on it. She didn't know, did she? Or did she?
No, but she heard the message.
Right. So Gary
she-
left
she
this
told the
message
message.
pretending to be somebody from Image Comics, wanting me to call them and talk to them about doing an issue of Captain America, right? And this was like very early in my career, so I'm like freaking out, just going nuts. And so I call them, and they're like, they have no idea what I'm talking about, right? And the secretary's like, I don't know if it was Matt Hawk. I can't remember who it was that you said that you were. And I said, yeah, so-and-so called me just, and she goes, well, he's not even in the office today. I go, what are you talking about? He just called me like an hour ago. And I'm
Shame on you.
I'm berating this poor secretary, right? And so I said, okay, well, just pass it on, have him call me back as soon as you can, whatever. And I'm like, that's just the weirdest thing, And so, and I'm serious. I was like really on this chick's case, because I was like, he just called me an hour ago. What do you mean he's not there? Tell me what's going, And so I made an ass of myself, basically. And so I'm sitting there at the drawing table, and then I remember, finally Gary coming in, and there's like this hushed talking around the other. We had these dividers in the studio.
Can I finish the story?
Go ahead.
Please do.
I was expecting Aaron or somebody to hear my message on the answering machine and recognize my voice. And no, it was me calling. Ha ha, very funny. And I was expecting when you guys get back from lunch, you would call me and say, you jerk, whatever. And I didn't. Nothing happened. And so then I called into the studio. And I hear talking in the background, and we're all excited. Aaron got this big, King from Image. I was like, uh-oh. Aaron. Let me speak to Aaron. And Aaron is like, Gary, I got the call.
Oh,
This went from high to horror. Oh.
But the worst thing about it was it was almost like an out of. It was almost like. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
And I said, Aaron, no, you didn't. Then I had to explain.
Oh.
And I had this sort of out of body experience because people, I could almost like I was outside myself listening to myself. I was just groaning because I was so humiliated. I was just going, oh, and Gary's telling me this. And it was so funny because people on the other side of the divider, all they could hear was me groaning, and they're just like, no one would say anything. They're like, oh my God.
Everybody went home
I
early.
have like
And so I was like, I got to call Image back and apologize. And I think Gary said, no, I'll do it. And I think Gary called him or something.
Oh, bless your heart.
But, oh my gosh.
Oh my
I
God.
was so, and that's another prime example why you never assume anything and never jump on anybody because you might be the guy that's in the wrong. And I was in the wrong. And I feel so bad for the secretary that I was just going, you've got to be out of your mind. He just called me. Where is he? You know, just because I could just feel
I didn't hear that part. I didn't hear
You
that.
gotta
part.
be out of your
I didn't hear
mind.
that you were yelling at the reception.
Well, I wasn't yelling at her, but I was really losing my patience with her, and I just felt horrible
He
afterwards.
wasn't
you know?
yelling. He just wasn't polite.
That's right. I was
Okay,
losing
all
my
right.
patience with her.
that was
Oh my
amazing.
goodness.
I had no idea you were capable of that, Gary.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
It
Gary,
was one of
Gary,
those-
Gary,
It was
tell
one of
him.
those pranks. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just say, tell them the Steranko story so they can get an idea of what you are
Oh,
capable
wow.
Oh no!
of. Dude, you got to tell the Steranko story.
I have a history of planning pranks that get out of control and like Aaron's.
That way.
So I went to a Comic-Con before I was a professional with my it was a 2-day con, and it was a big con. Kirby was there, and I mean it was an amazing con. And I went the first day, got the badge for both days. And the second day I went with my brother, and we had to write in our own names on the badge. And I said, hey, my brother's name is Chris. Let's write in something, like a gag name, like Sam Steranko. And he says, yeah, okay, good idea. So I printed out Sam Steranko in Steranko's, block lettering style. And then my brother chickened out. He's not, I can't wear that. So I wore it. And I'm walking around the convention, and kids are coming up to me asking for my autograph. And I'm, I was like 20 years old. And I finally figured out that people didn't see the Sam part. They just saw the Steranko part. And they're thinking I'm Steranko. And so it kind of gets to my head. And so I start signing autographs. Sam Steranko.
No,
Have you ever impersonated a doctor?
Dave, you didn't
I
tell me
just
any of
assumed
this
that
when we
get-
hired Gary to ink. You did not warn me
The
about
joke
that, Dave.
was I'm Steranko, Jim's brother, but for some reason people didn't see the Sam part. So this kid comes up to me with his entourage, and this kid is in a wheelchair.
No.
No, this isn't. Is this real?
God.
Go.
It's real. Mr. Steranko, I love your work. I know you're not here as a guest, but will you please do a sketch for me?
Make it stop.
This was this kid's Make-A-Wish.
Exactly. So I gulped, big gulp, and then I drew him a Captain America face.
Oh my God! I can't
So this
believe
kid-
you drew something. I would have gave it up. at
This
that
kid,
point.
well, I didn't want to break his little heart and say, hey, I'm not.
You might have killed him, Gary.
Let
Well,
this
this-
poor kid
this
pass away
kid-
thinking he met Steranko.
Yeah, this kid has in his sketchbook a original Sam Steranko drawing.
Steranko.
You know what those are going for now? There's only a few.
That's right.
I think I ran into this kid years later when I was a professional at another convention and like quickly turned around and exit stage right.
Yeah, he was still in a wheelchair, but he did a lot of upper body stuff, so you got scared. You're like, oh shit, he beefed up.
Hey, we were in San Diego, and Gary was sitting next to me. We were in Artist Alley, and this is just like a minor thing, but it's still hilarious. This guy comes up. For some reason, you'd always get those stupid people that would come up and say, "Hey, do you know where so and so is?" or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And for some reason, he walks up to Gary and he goes, "Are you Rob Liefeld?" And Gary looks at him and goes, "Yes, I am." And just straight face, didn't say it. The kid looked at him, and then Gary just stood there, did not respond, just stared at him, and the kid just goes, and then he just walked away.
I don't remember that.
I was doing everything I could to keep from busting up, but it's so Gary,
I do not remember that.
Oh, it was so funny. Are you Rob Liefeld? And it was like an annoyed, yes, I am. Like, of course I'm not. We have banners behind us with our names on them, and it's just somebody must have told the kid that Liefeld was sitting over there, and oh my gosh, it was so
that
funny.
is too funny. And look at Gary.
Yep.
Look at this.
So unassuming.
Nice, mild mannered. He's
No,
handsome
but-
and thin and fit. Look at the beautiful background and just sinister thoughts boiling away.
Yeah.
Well, it's that
all his
artificial. No. It's the artificiality of that background that tells the whole story. See, it's like it's not genuine. He's always trying to fool you and do.
I feel like, right now, I
Sleight
feel
of
like Gary's
hand.
saying, "Can you see the bunnies over there? Just let's turn Steinbeck on me all of a sudden, like the end of Mice and Men." I'm like very upset and worried when I see that background.
You're
No,
gonna
you can
see,
see the bunnies.
yeah, you're gonna see Elmer Fudd shooting rabbits.
That's right.
That is
Guys, I got to get out of here. Gabe, let me congratulate you though. Awesome. Are you at? Let's check it. Are you at?
Oh,
five
let's
figures?
check. Let's check. Let
Let's
me
see.
let me not boomer anything. Let me bring this up. And so we were at 8,300. Let's refresh it and see. But let me put it on screen and refresh. So we all find out together what we've done here.
Together.
Wow, we are
Almost 9,000 already.
we're at
Nice.
9,000 practically. Wow, thank you guys so much. This is so much fun. Hearing Gary terrorize the children of America. That's why we do this.
That's why
That's
we do it.
the two things I'm in this for. I didn't tell you. This is a confessional right here. To let Gary terrorize more children and to boomer YouTube streams as much as possible. That's what I'm really in this for. So I want to thank
There
you
you
all.
go.
And I would say at this point, mission accomplished.
Yes.
So thank you all very much.
Congrats and thanks everyone, and nice to meet everyone too. And I'll get out.
Hey,
of here.
Narwhal.
See you guys around.
Narwhal. Drop me a DM on Twitter because I'd like to get you on my channel.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. All right.
And I
Yeah,
want
absolutely. I
to
got
get
you
out
this
and
week too,
rock
man.
you piece for your thing.
Okay. Talk to you guys later.
Peace.
Take care,
See
brother.
you later on. All right.
Nice.
Well,
That
where
boy
do
got
we
killed.
go from here?
I don't
Any more Gary stories.
tortured kids.
Well, actually, let me augment that story because
Ooh.
as now that I'm thinking about it, the kid came up and said, "Do you know where Rob Liefeld is?" And then Gary said, "I'm Rob Liefeld." That's how it went. So it was even worse.
Okay,
So it's
that I
escalating.
remember. That I remember. You know when you guys are at conventions, you're sitting at your table, and people are constantly coming up to you and asking where some other artist is.
Right.
Yep.
It's very
Yeah.
annoying.
It happens at every show.
Yeah.
And you're
Right.
like, what? Is there directory
Well, my
behind
top
me?
liver?
Or does
Yeah.
it say Andy Smith? Which does it say?
Exactly.
Well, I shared the story when I had Dale Keown on my show. I was at San Diego, and it was one of the very early cons where it was, like they had just switched over to the big convention center, and there was this beautiful girl, like standing in line to get my autograph. There was only like 3 or 4 people, right? Because I hadn't done that much, but there she was, and I'm like, "You've got to be kidding me!" Because that was back when, you didn't see a lot of attractive women at cons like you do now, right? And she was just beautiful. And I was like, you're sitting there thinking, yeah, Yeah. And she finally gets up to the front of the line. And I'm like, hey. And she goes, hi. And she goes, do you know where Dale Keown is sitting? And I'm like, oh, yeah, he's right around the corner. Like, I was right around the corner from the Image guys. And I was just like, it was just
right around the corner with his flowing hair.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
He's the rock and roll star right back over there.
Can I tell a David story?
Yes, but let me address an important question from the chat. Take 2 seconds. Julie Pascal says, I got here late-ish. Is there a special for people who signed up early? Yes. You get a limited edition trading card with American Way on it that no one else can get. There'll be cards later as a stretch goal, but the card you get for being on the mailing list, it's unique and it won't be like the other ones. So that's what I check your spam folder, because someone else was asking me, they didn't get the updates because I've been sending out updates in email. And maybe it went into your spam because it went into this other customer's spam. So thank you for the question. So go ahead, Gary. Sorry.
David, what was the year that we played basketball at the San Diego Comic-Con? What year was that?
Aaron would know better than me because I forgot. I'm bad with
Yeah, Aaron, do you remember?
That had to have been
where we played 2-on-2 with Jerome.
Yeah, with
you and
yeah.
David and
that was in 90. 96. It had to have been 97. It had to have been 97.
So we played 2-on-2 with you and I and against David and Jerome. Is that
right? But Jason Pearson was there too.
Jason Pearson was there too. We did.
I don't remember Jason being there.
Well, he was horrible.
Yeah, he was there.
We were making fun of him. He was so bad.
we were playing 21 too.
Yeah. Well,
because it was later that night. Later that night, we went to the gym. Remember, and played the Image guys.
No, that was another year.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, months before that convention, David and I talked about playing basketball, and David is a master trash talker.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
So I was getting trash talk from David for months. And
That doesn't sound
at
right.
the show, I'm sitting in Artist Alley, haven't seen David yet, and it's it's San Diego Comic-Con, it's noisy, but in the background I can hear bouncing of a basketball. It is getting louder and louder, and of course it's David making his appearance at the Comic-Con dribbling a basketball. So we went out to lunch with Sandra too, and David's walking around bragging about his leaping ability.
Oh.
We'd walk under a sign and he'd say, I could touch that sign. Can you touch it? And David would jump up and touch it. This was going on the whole lunch and during the show and just constant. So that night we went to some event. There was something going on. There was a dinner. I don't know if you remember this, David. Some kind of dinner.
Don't tell this story. Don't tell this story.
You remember the thing with the chair?
Gary, I command
I'm not
you to
even
tell
here.
the story even
I'm
harder.
done.
Yes.
Well, see, okay. David doesn't want me to tell the story.
No, because I already know where this is going. You know what? Here's what we do. Please finish the story.
Yeah.
Oh,
You got to
man.
now.
Now I'm torn.
Okay,
From
I'll
the
back
person-
up.
The artist that I'm inking versus the person that signs the checks.
That's right.
The person that signs the checks always wins.
Come on, Gary, be ruthless. Be ruthless.
So there was some
Basically-
kind of publisher dinner or something. People are sitting around. It was after the dinner. We show up. People are sitting around at the tables. They had tablecloths and dishes. David decides to jump over a chair.
Now, was there alcohol at this dinner?
I'm sure there was, but we had just arrived. David decides to jump over a chair, a folding chair.
Oh.
He doesn't clear it.
In a
He
single bound.
flips the chair with his foot, and it folds up on him, catches his leg in the chair, and he can't remove the chair that's clamped on his leg. And it's like one of those Get Smart Don Adams routines where he's trying to remove this chair from, and people that are sitting next to this table, they're jumping up trying to help him, and somebody grabs a tablecloth and dishes are falling over, and I mean, it's huge commotion.
He's Buster Keaton.
And I'm trying not to laugh. David is in this frantic, trying to get out and as quickly as he can. And I look over at Sandra, and she's just rolling her eyes. So, it's like, okay, that's the look of a wife that has seen something like this before. Somebody helps David, pulls the chair off his leg, and then David just kind of coolly walks away like nothing happened.
I like it. I like it.
Is that how it went down, David? Is that how it went down?
Lies and fabrications.
No, hold on. We need to go for quick reaction. We'll put you full screen. Rebuttal. Okay, I think not. The defense rests, Your Honor.
That's right.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, that's funny.
That's great.
I'm getting you
Sound
back.
like good recovery, though.
I'm getting you back.
No one has a story
This
on
is gonna
Gary.
be
No one's
sweet.
gotten Gary yet?
Dave's like, I'm getting you back. Wait till you see all the backgrounds on this one page.
Right.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, it's funny, for all of Gary's sinister activities, I don't think anybody ever actually got back at him. I think we're all afraid of him. It's like, if he can do this, when we're on good terms, what would he do if he was getting revenge? It's like, I'm just going to stay clear of that guy. But
Yeah.
I will say this. It's funny because about Gary and I, Gary played he played junior college basketball, and I was an all-league player in high school. So we were actually pretty good, and that we found each other, and we would hoop over at his house all the time, And so we always got a kick out of when people would go, "Hey, you guys want to play a little ball?" And we were just like, "Yeah, we'll play a little ball with you guys." And we had some good times there in San Diego, because we did get run out of the gym by the Image guys, but they were all like 10 years younger than us, and we were all out of shape, as I remember.
They played every day at lunchtime. We hadn't played in years.
Yeah, Gary and I were our 30-somethings, right? And we're just like, this isn't as easy as it used to be.
But I did score like 26 points in the first half. And then I didn't play in the second half.
Yeah, I couldn't hit anything. I was beating guys off the dribble. I was looking really good, and then brick. I remember we were running up down the court, and I remember asking Gary, I said, "Do I look as bad as I feel right now?" And he's he said something like, no, you look like you can play. You just look like you're way out of shape. And I said, "Okay, thank you."
He told me that. He told you, you look like you got your leg stuck in a folding chair.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly what they were saying. So.
It's better to look like you know what you're doing than to actually do it.
Yeah, exactly. If you look like you can't play, but you're just magically hitting shots, that's no respect. But if you look like you know what you're doing, even though you're missing everything, you're still people like, I think that guy could play on a good day.
Yeah, he's just having a bad day.
We were driving to that game. I can't remember who was driving, and we were supposed to meet Jerome someplace.
Yeah, Jerome.
And he wasn't there, so we started heading over to the this rec center, and we're going this way, and we look over the sidewalk, and there's Jerome heading towards the convention center. He was like 30 minutes late. And I remember
he hadn't. We met. Okay, let's all go to our hotel, grab our gear, meet back here, and we'll go to the gym. So we all do that. No Jerome. So it's okay. We can't wait. We jump in the car. We're heading to the gym, and we see Jerome walking slowly down the street toward his hotel. He hasn't even made it to the hotel yet.
That's what it
I'm like,
was.
Jerome, what are you doing? Oh, I'm getting my stuff. So we had to pick him up and take him to the hotel and wait for him to get his stuff. And it's like, yeah. And
That's
David
what it
just
was.
said, "Oh, that's Jerome."
Yeah. Oh, we had a good laugh about that. Oh, that's funny.
Man.
Good time.
Well, I think we've contributed a lot to this stream already. I think,
We have.
Gabe.
You have. Goodness. Hey, Aaron, did you want to show any of your Wraith of God stuff while you're here? I mean, I have the
You got some
5
stuff,
color
yeah.
pages up. If you want me to show those, or
Give me a second here. Let me see what I've got that I can show that's not going to.
okay.
Why don't you just show his trailer?
Let me see if I could find that really quick. I would have to look.
Okay, this is kind of a non-page, but this is
Hold
some guys playing poker, so it doesn't give
Oh,
anything
cool.
away. So,
Oh, that last panel's great. Or no, not the last one. Second to the last one. Downshot.
oh, thank you. Now, what I'm going to do here is he has spoiler. He has 3 queens, so I drew the 1 queen in here, and when I scan this in, I'm just going to take that image and drop it in the other cards, so I don't have to redraw that queen like
Smart.
2 times. But it's always fun for me. I enjoy drawing these guys with a lot of character in their face and goofy looking dudes. And I thought this
Hey,
is
can you go
perfect
closer?
chance to do that.
Is that 11 by 17?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks much bigger.
Aaron has tiny hands.
Yeah.
No,
That's why he's so good for basketball.
I've always wanted to do a comic where I worked twice up like they used to back in the old days. I know Frank Cho's done that a couple of times, but I just can't imagine the amount of work if you did, twice up. But it would be fun to do that just once.
Frank says he does that for everything.
Oh, does he?
That's what he said.
That guy's
Wow.
nuts.
Well,
There you
when you
go.
get his original art sales,
No, he doesn't sell stuff.
he doesn't.
No.
I've seen it
Every once in a while he
for
does.
sale.
I mean,
The
he
stuff
might
that
have
I've
sold a
seen for
few-
sale is
Frank
I have
might
to
have
give him
sold a few
respect.
things, but overall, he keeps most of his stuff.
okay.
He'll
Good
sell
for him.
cover sketches,
Good
sketch
for
covers.
him. I sell everything.
I know I'm a mercenary. Yeah, you better believe it's for sale.
You want to explain really quick what Twice Up is to the mob seat? They asked Twice Up.
Well, back in the Gary, help me out on this, but it was back in like the silver, was it the golden age or silver age? They did it a little bit where they basically the page sizes. These are basically the live art area on here is about 10 by 15, give or take.
Yep.
And they were basically working on pages that were twice this size. So they were
They were
huge.
double page spread. They
Yeah,
were
essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
A double page
Yeah.
spread,
They're
but
short,
the other
short
way.
of being poster size.
And you'll see like a lot of like if you see any original artwork from like EC Comics or something like that, those are generally twice up. They're these really big, like Andy just said, they're like a double page spread, but flipped on its, side so that it mirrors a comic book page, but it's just huge. And they used to draw them that big. And I don't know when they switched to go to the smaller size.
I think it was late 60s. They
Probably
might
just-
have.
Yeah,
'Cause
some
if
of
you,
Kirby's-
if you look at some of the Kirby artist editions that are out there, IDW did, some of them are that big.
Yeah, he did. Some of the early Silver Age Marvel stuff is twice up like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know when they did the cutoff and changed it, but man, I mean, it's cool, but at the same time, it's like you're just doubling your work, right?
Okay.
But you know why
This is
they changed it, right?
Why?
Oh, because they realized, holy crap, because they were taking photographs of the stuff back then, the artwork.
Right. They take
And they
stats.
realized, wait a second, we can take a photograph of 2 pages instead of just 1.
Yes, it was all about saving money. That was
Yeah,
that
of
was-
course.
You ever
Okay, I
see
got an example here.
You ever see a photograph of Hal Foster, Harold Foster, at his drawing table with a Prince Valiant original sitting there? It's massive.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got
They're like-
that
It's
artist
big as
edition.
my art table.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
And that's how he drew on all his originals. That like I don't know, like 24 by 36. You know, they were gigantic.
I got this right here, guys. That's why I ran away. I have the IDW makes these beautiful editions. So this is a regular size sheet of comic book paper, and this is the twice up Wally Wood EC stories. So you see the white sheet I have there is the 11 by 17, and this is those gorgeous ones from IDW. This thing is a monster. You see, you guys think I lift iron weights? I just lift my IDW artist editions.
Exactly.
I hope they
Yeah,
do that Bernie Wrightson
absolutely.
Frankenstein book, man. I
Yeah,
wanna
if you
see
can get
that.
your hands on this, please do so because it's amazing. So, but
Beautiful.
that's the twice up size there, I believe. And then this super chat. Let me address this really quick. Barrett X for $5. I got the truth cover, but all of them are stellar. So excited for the book. Barrett X, thank you for the $5. Very generous of you, and just thank you so much for supporting the book. From Dave, Gary, and I. It really is a dream come true to create a beautiful, uplifting art like this that is so exciting. We know there's a hunger for this stuff, classic superheroes. So for you to back us on this stuff and help us support ourselves and our families to make this art, I'm honored. Thank you so much. This is just such a great community and just the best fans in the world.
I haven't ordered yet. I'm trying to figure out which perk I want.
Oh, actually, that leads me to a question because I haven't backed it yet either. But I saw you got the $20 raw book.
Yes.
Is that an add-on? So if I get one, the regular book, I can add that on.
Yeah. When you go to the checkout or whatever,
Yeah.
it'll suggest that and like T-shirts, I think, or something like that.
Awesome.
Okay.
So yeah.
Every time somebody does an art type thing like that, I'm like, got me.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a 11 p.m. idea from my buddy David Williams last night. But he said he got it from you, Aaron. He said that you would talk to him about doing a book like that. So
Well, when you do these campaigns, you always want to have the extras, right? And
Right.
not just sell the book, but you want to have some extras. And people see, I didn't have that on my campaign at first either. And everybody was like, dude, why aren't you doing, the patrons were saying this, not just other artists, but they were like, why aren't you, doing a roughs book or something like that so we can kind of see behind the scenes? And I'm like, yeah, why aren't I doing that? So I added it late, which then became problematic because I had to make it a secret perk. And then I had to, for people that had already ordered and all that kind of crap. So I had to end up doing all this extra work. But if you get that stuff at the very beginning, obviously you can do it as a perk or an add-on and that solves your problem. But yeah, so I just think it's a good idea because a lot of people they want the comic, but they also like to see the nuts and bolts behind how you made the comic. And if it's something they can add on, and it instantly becomes a collectible. So,
very cool. Do you want to address this question, Aaron? Are you doing the 18 by 24 Ultra Premium Museum Edition prints? I don't know exactly what that is, or what they're addressing, but do you not know what this question is addressing?
I'm not sure exactly. I talked a
think
little
it's
bit on
like
my show
printed
last
on,
night about doing
I
some
think
prints
it's
and posters, but
printed on canvas.
yeah, but what art are you talking about, Daniel? I don't know.
Daniel, if you could ask again a little more specifically, we can get to that question again later. But it sounds like
Yeah.
we don't have an answer for you right now. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
So I featured, I showed Andy's page he's working on, gorgeous. I showed Narwhal stuff. I want to take a minute to show Shant and Jetty's gorgeous Nosferatu or Nosfero. Is that still in demand? Can people still buy that? And can we see some of the art and all
that's
that?
in demand. And until Narwhal hit the scene, it was the #1 Nosfair starting comic in Comicsgate. And he came in here and he's like, I'm gonna add some more letters. And I've got a 6-letter name with 1 vowel, and it's hard enough already. And he took the Nosfair title from me. Whatever. There's
Well, you
different
should
kinds of
cease and
people.
desist him, just like Bram Stoker tried to do.
Exactly. He's trying. What is that line from Princess Bride? You're trying to take what I've rightfully stolen.
Yeah.
There you go.
Right.
And
So it's
And I've got an
gorgeous.
image that you can share, Gabe, as well. I should have something there for you.
Where is it?
Click on.
Oh, I see it. Add to stream. I'll add this. No nudity, right?
No nudity. Nope.
Okay.
This is a close, but no cigar.
So
Oh,
tell
crap,
us
I
about
should
this
put
book. Tell
pants
us the
on.
premise. Tell us how you're making the artwork. Just tell us about it because I love it. I already backed it.
So this is a fully painted in gouache and opaque watercolor comic book that I'm doing. Nosfero. It's inspired by, oh my gosh, it's inspired by obviously Nosferatu, but it's inspired by it's like a cross between Peter Cushing's Van Helsing and Conan the Barbarian in certain levels, and with a little bit of Cthulhu mythos thrown in there. And so yeah, it's a blast, and I'm just kind of I'm a huge fan of Frank Frazetta, and huge fan of Alphonse Mucha and artists like that. Those are the artists that really influenced me coming up, and I'm doing this stuff traditional. And then outside of that, I'm also working on. He just left. Speaking of, we've squashed that beef. I'm working on right now. I'm working on a Nosferatu piece for Narwhal, and so this is one of the ones where I'm kind of going in right now and sort of roughing it in, and then I'm going to go and get into the detail in a bit. But
That's
yeah,
nice.
I get that book is thank you. I mean, I told Andy this already. I've even got a video on my channel about it. But it's so great to get to know Andy and to have these conversations, because he was the artist whose work I saw, where I basically said, I want to work on this book. This cover art's amazing, and I can make those interiors. They don't, by the way. The interiors are horrible compared to the cover. But I said, I can make these interiors look as good as that cover artist. That guy's amazing. And so there you go. But yeah, this is the book right here.
You know what's so awesome about what's going on in the independent market and Comicsgate and elsewhere is like these are projects that are so diverse in terms of concepts and stuff. You would never be able to sell half of these concepts that we're doing to like the big two, because you'd get, all anybody ever wants is superheroes. They don't want anything else, and we could never sell it, and blah, blah, blah. So you're getting all these like really wild concepts and really cool projects that you wouldn't see otherwise if we didn't have this crowdfunding platform to do this stuff on.
Yeah.
So it's just really cool. And it's funny saying that because, Gabe and David and Gary are basically doing something that's way more traditional, which we really haven't seen that much of in the this independent market so far. So
Right.
it's actually filling a hole that doesn't exist in this market, So it's really kind of cool that just the diversity of material that's available to readers now.
And I love Westerns, and I got to say, I am so excited for all of the Western books and Western time period books that are happening. I've got a painting right over there I did of Woody Strode. I'm a big fan of Once Upon a Time in the West and Westerns in general. And so to see, movies that have that, or I should say comics that have that cinematic quality to them and deal with that time period. Yeah, Wraith of God, man.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
so
Aaron
into
and
it.
I on this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Gosh, it's
Yeah.
masterful.
Gabe's doing a wonderful job on it as well. It's just some really
You're right about
Great looking book.
You're right about. It's funny the word I'm about to use. You're right about the diversity in the independent scene. Currently, I'm working on 2 westerns, 1 modern action crime thing, and then superheroes with Dave. So, I'm working on all kinds of different books, but 2 westerns. I don't
And
think
a
I ever
western.
worked on 1 when I was in the mainstream. So,
You got 2 westerns that you're working on, right?
right, I got Bass, and then I got this Wraith of God. Yeah.
Well, I tried to sell Wraith of God originally. It was a Ghost Rider concept, a Western Ghost Rider concept to Marvel way back in when I was mentioned earlier that Gary and I were in the studio days in the mid to late 90s and couldn't get anywhere with it. And then I had Dan DiDio was looking at this seriously, and we were talking about doing it over at DC, but then as Dan often did, something would come up and he'd get sidetracked. And then, I was working on something else and we just never talked about it again. And then he ended up getting let go by our friends at AT&T. So that was that.
Thank God you didn't sell that, because
Yeah.
I mean, I'm so grateful. I'm sorry to say this. I'm so grateful that didn't work out for you.
So is he.
Because we get to have it,
Right.
Well, it's funny because the deal I cut with Garbage Man, which was a character I created for DC specifically to fill their Swamp Thing void, because Swamp Thing was at Vertigo at the time and they couldn't get him into the regular DCU. they didn't have to give that book back to me. And I can only assume that it was Dan. Dan always took care of me, regardless of what some people think of Dan or whatever. I was really good friends with him, and he took care of me my whole career there at DC. So I have nothing but good things to say about him. But the way that worked was, he asked me, he said, do you want to do this as a complete creator-owned book, or do you want to do it as something that we can use in the DCU? And I thought, well, the more it gets used, the more it'll be seen, and the more, recognizable it'll be. So sure. So they worked out this weird licensing agreement where I got paid $2,000, and that was DC would license Garbage Man from me, but it was forever. Okay. They never had to pay me again, but there was stipulations in there. They had to use the character once every 3 years. And if they did something with the character, they had to ask me if I wanted to work on it first. And then if I said no and turned it down, then they could, give it to somebody else. And so I did have some control, but they essentially had it licensed forever. But they didn't use it for, several years because they got Swamp Thing back from Vertigo. And so it just sat there. And I remember having a conversation with Kevin Maguire, who did the same thing with his character Tanga, that was in the same anthology as Garbage Man was. And, talking about, well, because he was always pushing to get it back. And it was always on the back burner for me because I was like, what am I going to do with it? And I just kept telling him, I said, look, all DC has to do is say, okay, you guys need to do a one shot this year, like a Garbage Man Halloween special, or you have to do a Tanga special. And that way they could then keep the rights to the characters. So I was saying, why are they just going to give us these IPs back when they've already got them? When all that costs them to do is, do one issue every couple years. They're not going to give it back to us. But sure enough, they did. They were just like, yeah, we don't need these. And they signed them back over to us, which again, I'm glad they did, because now I was able to go to Dark Horse and get the trade paperback put together that I now have available through my campaign on Wraith. So that worked out well. But, who's to say if, Wraith of God, if DC had picked it up, if the same thing would have happened? Who knows? They might still have it. It might be sitting there being unused. So,
and the day after they gave it back to you, Dan DiDio got a call from Zack Snyder going, hey, I want to use that Garbage Man. And Dan
you could have been the credits.
No, he wanted to make the Garbage Man trilogy movies. Make Aaron a multi-jillionaire.
Yeah, they would have found a way to leave me out of the credits. I can guarantee you that.
What would a woke Garbage Man be like? He would be made of all recyclables or something.
He'd be Recycle Man.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be
green.
garbage.
He'd be Green Man. He'd be Green Man. He wouldn't be
Man.
garbage. He'd be Green Man. Kind of like Captain Planet, I think.
Yeah, blue hair.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't garbage shame me.
Garbage Man would be misunderstood.
Oh, well, he definitely is that.
Actually, it'd be Garbage Girl.
That's right.
Right.
Gary, I've got a
Did
kind
you
of
miss
interesting
Garbage
story. I've got an interesting story about Sludge of all things, and from Gary and I's Ultraverse days that I just heard. That apparently when they had a big summit meeting of all these writers Malibu hired to kind of create the Ultraverse in the early 90s. And Steve Gerber was one of them. He's the guy that ended up writing Sludge. And so they were creating all these characters and stuff. And someone suggested, I think it was Chris Ulm, right? Suggested, well, why don't you do a monster book? Because everybody had like 2 titles they were going to write, and Gerber was having a tough time coming up, I guess, with the second title or whatever. And so they said, well, why don't you come up with like you did Man-Thing so well and all that kind of stuff. He's like, why don't you do a monster book for us? And Gerber, I guess, said, there's, I've already done that. What can you do with it that hasn't been done, and blah, blah, blah. And I guess Chris Ulm said to him very slyly, as Chris would do, he'd said, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, you probably couldn't come up with a new take on it anyway. What's left to do?
Ooh.
And so then they said, like, literally, like, it was like 2 weeks later, Gerber called up and goes, okay, I got that monster thing figured out. So they became Sludge, and that's how they kind of tricked Gerber into doing it.
But it wasn't really. It wasn't really a monster book the way he was writing it. It was like a detective story, and you pushed for it to be a monster book.
Yeah, it was very funny because when I saw the designs that Kevin Nolan did originally, and I was like, oh, I got to do this book. I got to do this book. And so, and I just assumed it'd be a monster book, right? Well, Gerber wanted it to be this book that's centered on crime, and Sludge was just sort of this sort of character that's sort of a catalyst for these crime stories. And we met on did you go? Yeah, you went down because we almost died on that airplane ride. I remember. We went down to the. Oh my gosh, was that unbelievable? That storm we went through going down to Southern California for that.
That's right. Yeah.
We were all sitting there. Gary, me, Terry Dodson. I don't remember who else was there. That might have just been us three. And this plane was literally dropping like probably hundreds of feet and bouncing up and down as we went through the storm. Oof. And I was so terrified, and we were talking like nothing was going on. And I finally couldn't take it anymore. And I turned to those guys and I said, am I the only one here who thinks we're going to die? And
Aaron, keep your voice down.
I know I was just like, but anyway, we made it. But anyway, so I was talking to Gerber at this conference, and within 5 minutes, I realized that we were totally on opposite sides of the page on what he wanted to do with the book. And luckily, he didn't turn scripts in very often. So then when he wouldn't turn a script in, I would write a monster script. So that, we Sludge versus the Alligator Man, Sludge versus Frankenstein, Lord Pumpkin, So
yeah, that's all you.
Aaron,
That's making these cool characters.
That's right.
Cool. Aaron would be a terrible doctor.
That's right.
A terrible bedside manner.
Yeah,
man. I realize this man is going to die.
Seriously, I am not one. I don't get nervous when I fly, but I was terrified. I've never experienced anything like that. It was like a roller coaster. It was just,
wow. Now you guys you're tall guys like me. How do you feel about flying once you got tall? Because I love flying. I started flying as a little kid, and I was obsessed with Star Wars and Battlestar Galactica. So when the plane would go down the jetway and take off, me and my brother would look at each other and throw our heads back like we were in Battlestar Galactica. So I've always loved flying, but I got too tall and muscular, to ride in coach, and some French fries and hamburgers contributed to that. How do you feel as tall guys though? You hate it, right? Like because your knees touching the other chair and all that. And
no, Gary, I can't stand it.
Gary, you're what? Gary, you're 6'4", 6'5"?
4.
Yeah, so I'm 6'2", so I just barely fit. So It's not an issue. And I'm not super wide like you are, Gabe, like, football wide. Right. And so it doesn't really bother me that much.
I'm only 5'10" and I can't stand sitting in coach.
Oh, and then you go in that little bathroom and you're like this with your head.
Hey, try changing a diaper in one of those bathrooms. Holy crap, I had to do that. Shelly would never go in the bathroom.
Aaron, when did you stop wearing diapers?
They're not mine.
The heart wants what it wants.
When did I stop?
Gary's beating you to it.
I'm at that age where I'm starting to wear diapers again. But no, I had to change like Josh and Samantha.
Well,
if we were on a plane,
love to hear this.
Because Shelly would be like, I'll get motion sick or whatever, and I'm like, great. Yeah, so I would always have to take the kid. And there's one they didn't have those flip down things they have now. They're like above the toilet for the babies. So I'd like put a mat on the floor, and you have to sit on the toilet and change the kid's diaper on the floor. That was a pain in the butt. Literally.
Stephen Rockwood in the chat there. I'm not 6'9", but I am backer 164. So it's going to be time to refresh in a little bit because I was hanging around to see us get somewhere and smash through a border. So let's see if we can get ourselves there. I'm curious to see if we flipped it yet. That's what I want to see.
Before we get to that, my wife just texted me that I missed someone's super chat.
Dang, she's on the ball.
Yeah. I thought I read it, Barrett X. But I'm going to read it again because now she's making me paranoid and I want to. Huh?
No, you read that.
No,
I did. Oh, well, Barrett X. I did read them. Dave, you're yelling and I can't hear you. Say it again, please.
I said thanks to Miss El Taib.
Oh, okay. I thought you said something about Gabe. Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we should go refresh, guys.
Okay, let's refresh. Oh, maybe that's what my wife was screaming about through the wall here. Let's,
She's mobile one.
Hey!
Whoa! Over 10 grand. All right.
Oh,
Wow.
5 figures, young lad. There you go.
Wow.
well,
You guys are
I gotta
awesome.
head out, but I just want to make sure I said to all of you guys what a pleasure it is to be among such amazing artists, and the fellowship and everything in Comicsgate has been amazing for me. So much respect for you guys, and also Aaron, I gotta make sure I say one of my favorite things I've done on any of those video intros was putting Shelly in the Comicsgate King intro, because she was really doing some amazing work under fire, and pass along for me how much we appreciate her.
I will do that, Shan. Thank you very much. And
Absolutely, brother.
she gets a kick out of it. So
Take care,
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you
See
so
you later,
much.
man.
It's a pleasure.
Keep up
All
the
right.
great work.
Take care, guys. All right.
Easy.
there's Big Gabe right there. It's all
sorry,
Gabe
I
all the
was-
time.
I was looking at
Big
something
G.
else. But, there you go. I didn't want to get all the ladies too excited, so I had to back it up.
Well, that's because of Jean Claude behind you, Gabe. Don't get too full of yourself now.
Exactly. Uh,
My wife is telling me to play the fire tonight. I'll leave that to Ethan. That's his territory, his song. How do you guys feel about the fire thing?
You playing it or in general?
Just in general. I like
I don't
it.
mind it. I like it.
It's funny. It's become kind of a running joke at this point,
Yeah.
right?
You know what?
And it always gives everybody an opportunity to get up and go to the bathroom because it's so long.
That's true.
So
And
we
it
can
gives
all put on
Billy
our
a
stop
chance to
cams
look
and
at that
run to the
brunette.
bathroom.
Yeah, I'll put it on. Since we hit 10, I'll put it on. For Gary and Dave, you might not know, whenever we hit milestones in fundraising, Ethan has made it a tradition to play this horrible European pop song called Fire Tonight. So we're going to play some of that and see if we can get the audience numbers to go down. so now's your chance to go take a pee break and go get a drink. And I'm going to play a little bit of this, and then I'm going to get sick of it and stop it right away. So here we go. All right. I hope this is the right YouTube video. Whatever. I'm going to hit
Looks
play.
like it.
All right. There we go.
That's it.
Don't blame me. This was Ethan's deal.
Yeah.
turn it up.
Billy Tucci is infatuated by the brunette.
Yeah.
And her funky eye.
I don't see that. Does she have a funky eye?
He claims she does.
No, I think Shane does.
Oh yeah, that's right. Shane's the one.
Yeah,
that keeps
Shane
saying she has a
does.
funky eye.
Billy sees perfection. Come on.
That's right.
All right.
Is that enough of this?
Yeah.
No, since you hate it, I'm going to go another 30 seconds. Come on, let's see your moves, guys.
I told my wife I was going to go
Hey,
another
show how
30
you jump
seconds.
that
She
chair.
said,
Let's
please
see some of
don't.
those moves. Okay, are we sick of this? Okay, that's
Gary's
enough.
enamored by it.
Yeah, so that was definitely
He's
music.
awestruck.
I am stupefied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupefied.
That
There
was-
you go.
but it's so bad. That's the joke, I guess.
But hey, he's a star in Europe, right? I guess.
He
right.
is. No,
Him and
yeah,
David
yeah.
Hasselhoff.
Yep.
Can I show more of David's artwork?
Oh, let's see it. Yeah,
Let's-
what-
I want
Oh,
to
here we
plug.
go.
Yeah,
I
we need
want
a
to
palate
plug-
cleansing. We need a palate cleansing after that.
Yes, I want to plug Graham Nolan's giant size
oh,
two-fisted manly tails that David and Gabe and I are working on.
yeah, we're also working on that.
Yeah, let's see.
together.
Let's see.
Okay, I will make you big now.
Oh, cool.
Ooh,
Very nice.
that's very
Nice.
barbaric. Is this what is this a barbarian
Chuck
tale? Is it a
Dixon
biblical
wrote it.
tale?
Viking.
What is that?
It's a Viking
Vikings?
story.
Vikings.
Oh, nice.
And check it out. It's written by one Chuck Dixon.
Well, you know that it's going to be manly and violent then.
Right. So you got Chuck, Dave, Gary, Gabe. Those are all tough guy names too, by the way.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, they are. I couldn't work on the book because my Aaron is just too soft sounding. So they just
Oh,
wouldn't
dude,
let me.
try working with Andy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
It's
It's
worse.
Aaron.
I'll trade.
Well, Aaron, of course, means wise or learned one. So I'm more of a contemplative personality than a warrior as such.
Well, Andrew actually does mean manly.
Oh, does it?
Wow.
Yeah. I'm
No.
not even making that up.
Well, then maybe you should be on that book.
Well, true.
What is so David is, King David in the Bible. I guess Gabriel's a messenger, right? It's God's messenger angel, one of the archangels.
Right. Yeah.
What does Gary mean?
One who plays with GI Joes.
I knew it.
The one who layeth the ink.
That's in the book of Revelations.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Oh
hilarious.
gosh. One who plays with the GI Joe. Very
The
nice.
last day, the man who plays with G.I. Joe.
Yeah, well, Gary is such a trickster. His name should be Loki, shouldn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Loki Martin.
Loki
Loki Martin sounds like a Puerto Rican pop singer, like the stuff of Ricky Martin. Let's get
Loki
that shirt off
Martin.
you, Gary. Come on.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I did stuff to my relatives that I'm not proud of.
This guy, man. He's just like a
TMI.
legendary prankster, man. It's just
I made a life-size dummy with a pair of pants and shoes and made a head and hands and set it on the toilet in my bathroom and left the door open, a crack. So people would walk in on this person and get embarrassed.
And how old were you when you did this?
High school, I think.
oh my gosh, what an enormous
he's like
amount of
last
work
week.
for a prank.
My grandfather wet his pants because he kept going in there and thinking it was like one of my friends sitting on the
Oh
toilet.
my! See,
Oh,
it always
that's
goes
elder
wrong, Gary. It always
Yeah.
goes wrong. Oh, God, that's funny.
Hey Gary, what was that name that you said you used to sign your work?
Oh yeah, I was not proud of a Blue Devil issue that I inked on over Alan Kupperberg, so I reversed my name in the credits, and they didn't change it back. That's when the pages were pre-lettered before I got them to ink,
Yeah.
and so I reversed my name, and so to this day, that one issue inked by Wyrag Neatram.
No way!
I don't remember the issue number, but it's in there.
Oh, why rag meat
awesome.
now? Oh my
Meat
God.
Dude. That's a
I think
collector.
it's like in the 20s, issue 20 something. I can't remember.
Oh,
I crack up every time he tells me it like it's a brand new story, and I've heard it half a dozen times. It's hilarious.
Oh, that's too good. That is too good.
That is
That
awesome.
just proves that DC did not edit their books. They just
yeah.
passed it on.
It sounds like a pimpish, like gangster name and stuff like back in
Yeah.
the day. Like, yo, you heard that brother Negram pick Rick Graham or whatever. It's like,
Why rag
it's
meat
so
nom?
dope. Yeah. Like throwing up gang signs and stuff.
You gonna steal your girl?
I'm telling you, man, we should print that in the book. Put that
Yeah.
in the book.
That's
There
how
you
we're
go.
gonna credit you in the book.
Well, put it in parentheses. Put
My
Gary
brother-
Martin then underneath in
Yeah.
parentheses.
My brother was reading the comic and he told me, I thought you inked this. And I was looking at the name. It's like, who is this guy at that? And then he realized it was his name backward. So he recognized it.
Funny.
Wow.
His Bizarro brother.
Right.
Oh gosh. Bizarro Gary. Sam Stranko.
Sam Stranko, Rob Liefeld, and now this meat ram. You're like a regular Kaiser Soze over there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
He has like
exactly.
all these different personalities. It's
Right.
You guys are making me want to draw. Look at you guys putting in work while you're on my stream. What the heck?
dude.
Well,
Man,
It ain't going to get done by itself.
that's right. Ain't gonna draw itself.
I've got good news and bad news for you, Dave and Gary. Good
What's
news,
that?
they like our book and they're giving us money. Bad news is that means we got to get back to work and we got to
That's right.
quit.
You gotta
Yeah,
do it.
we got to do it. Yeah.
Exactly. That's
Okay,
good news,
we
man.
talked
I'm
a bunch of
excited to
stuff
get
now.
working
Now
on
we
my
got to
body.
deliver.
Hey, it's
So-
good news to me. I'm getting to work with my buddies, so it's all good.
No, it is good news and even better news, to be honest. It's not bad news at all. And to be
Working
serious here for
working
a
on
minute,
my own thing.
this is like the most fun I've ever had. I know, Gary, you told me this, and I think, Dave, you said it too, but I haven't felt this way about drawing since I was like a little kid. Just total artistic freedom and just fun. I'm going around my house laughing and smiling, and I can't stop thinking about this project. I told you I got like 2-3 hours of sleep. It probably shows with how much I messed up the technology this morning trying to get the stream going. But my goodness, the fans, thank you guys so much. You gave me my artistic freedom. I just thank God that he brought all of you guys into my life. You know, you've been great influences on me, and really just helped me, I guess, get to where I need to be. You know, I really I don't know. I'm a little lost for words here, but I'm just so grateful, I guess, is all I can say. So
Cool.
Ditto.
Can-
Yeah, this has been
That's
amazing.
awesome.
we have a stellar comment there. Would you like to read it, Gary? It's for you. Sounds
The
about right.
banking overlord. That's perfect.
Yeah,
Like
I read meat
Why
wrap.
rag meat tram? Oh.
That's right.
There you
Yeah,
go.
yeah. Sounds like a Norse
Hey,
god.
Yeah.
last
All right,
night
guys, I
we
got to
were on
bounce.
Aaron-
I'm going live at 3:30 with my buddy Dennis, but want to drop in, and I will be on the Kings tonight. So
Okay, we'll see you tonight. I really appreciate you coming in, Andy, so much. And good luck with First Man. It looks stellar. The artwork is just amazing. So thanks
Thanks, guys.
for being here, friend. Talk to you
See
later.
you later,
Thank
man.
you.
see you guys later.
Take it easy.
Bye.
All right. Then there were
Last
four.
night we were on Aaron's show, and Aaron is the very first professional, other than myself, to draw my own character.
You have that, Aaron?
He did. He
Yeah,
did
the white
Truth.
version.
Yeah, the white.
Yeah. Can we see that? Can we see that?
Did you color it?
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
Let's
Yeah,
Full
she looks
screen.
pretty white. She looks pretty white, but I was
No,
trying to
I
get
like
that.
it.
I was trying to
Full
get
figure.
that thin kind of Ethiopian nose thing
Yeah.
going, and it just didn't. It just turned out like white chick. But
Move it over to the right.
There
You
we
got
go.
the gossamer skirt down pretty good.
Yeah.
you did.
you know,
That's
you
like,
can't have everything, right?
Sure.
Fantastic work,
like
man.
it.
Great job.
No, I will color it, and then we'll fool the masses into.
Great job. Yeah, no. I
Can
don't know how you
show
guys
some-
draw on camera.
Yeah.
It's like sketching at a con, man. You kind of
Well, I can't do that either.
okay.
a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
Ooh.
shoot.
Ooh.
There is, especially when you're competing against somebody. Someone else is drawing against
Well,
you.
we get to see this is the unveiling of the hard way.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go.
telling you,
Yeah, I
man.
love the negative. I love the way you use negative space in that. It's fantastic.
Put that up as a perk and sell that on your campaign, man. It's just me,
Someone asked.
I'm a
Someone
mercenary.
asked
Asked if it was for sale.
We do.
Hey,
We
Gabe,
do have
why
that.
don't you
Hold
show
on.
some of the fans that did our characters?
Did you answer the guy who asked if that piece was for sale?
Is it? I didn't have any.
Early on, someone asked.
Oh,
Let's
no, no.
see.
The correct answer is everything's for sale.
everything's for sale. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
There is a tier to get a commission by Dave Williams, and there's a tier for Gary Martin who's going to do portraits, and I'm going to be doing some portraits too. I did one just for fun the other day. I recorded it, and it is I videotaped myself recording it, and it's I'll put up a time lapse on my YouTube. But I did this one here the other day. I just love the graphic design of this Justice character. So yeah, we do have a tier there for you guys to check out if you're interested in that sort of thing. We want to give you what you want. So, you know what I mean? If there's something there you don't see, always let me know that too, because I don't know. I just want to give you guys everything you want. But absolutely, that piece you showed, Dave, would that qualify for this down here? Is it 11 by 17, that one? The one you just showed?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we do have tiers like that. So
On the tiers, I'll be doing full figures.
Sure.
Sure. They'll be real nice. Hey, why don't you show some of the fans fan art of Truth,
Okay,
Justice, and
you guys will have to, the three you'll have to talk while I dig it up because I don't have it all in one place. It's like in my Instagram and my Twitter. I'll dig it up and show off the fan art. And maybe we should have a fan art contest or something, and they could, I don't know. But
That
we'll
would
talk
be cool.
yeah,
That'd be a good
I think
idea.
we could
I'd
do
like
like
that.
a fan art contest and maybe give away a 3-pack of books or something. I don't know. We'll figure that out.
Here's
I
a
wanna-
sample of artwork that you can expect from me. This is in color.
Oh. Yeah, that is cool color.
It's only
I want
$800.
it.
It's only $800.
I'll pay you a grand.
Oh my gosh. Hey, Gary, you do you have any thoughts of, and maybe you wouldn't be able to do it because of the copyright problems, but all those, obviously you've been doing commissions for years of different styles where you're recreating images of different
Recreations,
artists. Yeah. Have you thought of somehow trying to put that together in a volume of some sort that, or would it be too problematic, do you think, in terms of copyright?
Yes, I thought about it, but I think that I wouldn't feel completely at peace with selling a book showing other people's work.
Well, I guess
recreating
that's
the
a good
artwork, but then so like I won't sell prints of those. People ask if I can sell prints of those, and I don't do it at the usual like commissions that I'm
right.
doing.
No,
for
I
one
get that.
person.
I totally get that. Do you have any of that stuff laying around that you can like show?
David showed last night. He was wearing one of my recreations on his chest. On your show.
That was the Dave Stevens Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. He just
David throws
maybe-
around G Money and no one knows who he's talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe that's what he said. This is a G Money shirt. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. I'm from Beaverton,
Yeah,
Oregon.
you said
Come
I'm
on.
some black guy talk.
Yeah, that's what I speak old white man to me, okay? That's the only thing I understand.
Still some jive.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I've got some of that stuff on my Facebook and Instagram galleries.
Yeah, one of my favorites that you did was that, because it's right up your alley, is you did that great close-up of Sergeant Rock that Bolin did. And you recreated that, I think, for Scott Williams, the anchor, didn't you? Doesn't he own that?
No. I think he owns the original.
Well, that's what
No, the original, the Bolin original.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
I did that one for someone else. I don't remember. But
Yeah,
that piece almost killed me.
Oh my
Literally.
gosh, that the control of those lines was just, it was just amazing. And I really liked how you sort of took the approach of sort of using it as a way to sort of expand your aesthetic, your inking aesthetic, and trying different things. And because I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, but it was like a great tool for you to kind of like say, okay, I'm going to see what it's like to ink like Frazetta, or I'm going to see what it's like to ink like Wrightson, and kind of get inside other people's heads that were totally different than what you would normally do.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely taking me to school. You're trying to mimic someone else's inking style, and so you have to dissect it and try to figure out their techniques. And I still do recreations as commissions, and I've been doing stuff that I would never, like Matt Baker and who else? Somebody that I did recently. Guys that I've admired but wouldn't dissect
Mm-hmm.
and really see. Some of those guys were just masters,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody talks about the old guys anymore.
No. Well, if
Frank
we're old,
Godwin, Salinas, who did Cisco Kid.
Oh.
He was incredible illustrator, Hal Foster level illustrator.
Yeah.
People don't talk about those guys, and
Yeah.
they definitely paved the way for us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, you think about it, we're old guys now, and we were young when they were old. So
Yeah.
that's how far removed some of these guys are from a modern audience now, you know, and it's a shame because there was some really, really incredible stuff going on, like in comic strips and in illustration back then. And we don't, you know, we just don't see it anymore.
But that's how I got interested in comic books was the Sunday newspaper comics.
Mm-hmm.
And being a fan of that stuff, and that led me to buying comic books.
Let me ask you I may have asked you this, you know, many moons ago. I think you showed me a lot of that commission stuff you did at that show in Vancouver. It might have been 5 years ago now. I think my daughter was still in high school, early in high school. But when you were doing the Wrightson pieces, Wrightson always, when he brush, his feather lines where there's two ways to, you know, obviously do a line, right? You start at the thin point and you push it, or you pull it, right? And
Right.
if you pull it, you have more control if you start from the
point.
the point to the base, as opposed to where you're brushing out from the base to the point. It's a much looser process. And that's how Wrightson inked. Now, when you were emulating Wrightson, did you try and do it that way, or did you?
Oh, yeah.
So I was wondering if you tried to emulate it going in reverse, though, or if you.
Well, I did, and you can't because we're talking about, to the viewers, we're talking about a feather line that's thick at the base and goes to a needle point.
Right.
Wrightson, the way I do it, like Boland style, is point first into the black,
right,
press down on the brush to get the wide base.
Right.
Right. What Aaron's talking about is the reverse of that. What Wrightson, Frazetta, those guys did, they start at the wide part of the line and go out to the point. That technique is more spontaneous and more organic. It's not as much control, but that's part of the charm of it. And I had to practice that to do the Wrightson recreations. And that's the technique that I'm using on this project. With over David stuff, it's not as controlled. It is more spontaneous, and that's the direction that David wanted me to go into. So that's what I'm doing on our book.
How hard was that for you, being a guy that was all, you know, just everything was so technically proficient and doing it and having such control? How hard was it for you to kind of like make yourself go the opposite direction?
Oh, it was swimming upstream.
Yeah.
Because for me, when I ink, I picture the line in my head. That's my goal, the image that I have in my head, and that's to try the line that I try to put down on the paper. When you're doing it thick to thin, you're throwing a dart at a dartboard with your eyes closed.
Right. Exactly.
There's no way of knowing what will occur. And because I'm all about control, I had a hard time with that. I learned a trick by studying Wrightson, and especially Frazetta. They watered down their inks when they did their feathering.
Yeah.
So they're actually using gray ink in their feathering. And you can have very little ink in the brush when you do it like that. When you water down the ink, very little ink in the brush. And that magnifies the control. And so that's how I was able to get away with that, is if I just use the normal amount of ink in my brush, it's all over the place. But when you water down the ink and wipe out most of it, get rid of most of it in the brush, you can still put down lines, and you have much better control, and then lines that I'm happy with. And that's what I started to do with the Wrightson recreations, and that's what I'm doing with David's stuff now.
Was it harder to retrain your brain to what you thought looked good? Because you haven't, like when I'm doing on Wraith of God, I'm not using brush at all. I'm using pens, and I'm doing very rough, almost sketchy type inking. And it drives me nuts because I want all the lines to be perfect, but I know that's I mean, instinctively, I want all the lines to be perfect, but I know that's not what's right for this project. So I've had to sort of retrain my mind to say, okay, this looks good for this reason, as opposed to, you know, when I first did it, I was like, God, this looks like crap, you know, because it's not what I'm used to seeing, and what I'm used to have convinced myself is what everything should look like. So do you have to sort of retrain your mind and say, this looks good for what I'm doing, as opposed to this doesn't look good because it's not what I normally do? You know what
No,
I'm
I
saying?
think you answered your own question, that you have to fit the technique or the style to the project. So if I was trying to ink like that Viking page of David's that I just showed, if I tried to ink that, you know, Michael Golden style, it wouldn't work. It would look odd. And so David said, just, you know, be very spontaneous, you know, think Al Williamson, Hal Foster.
Right.
And so I wanted to bring some of that, and David wanted me to bring some of that to the to Justice American Way.
Let me ask about that Viking meat ram page. The camera resolution here on the internet, it's not clear enough, so I could kind of see it, but it looked like charcoal or so. It looked like it had all kinds of little texture. Is that just the camera, or were you doing some really crazy ink effect, dry brush, or what was going on?
No, you're probably talking about the cloud techniques. That's
a lot of it looked that way on my screen, but it could be the internet. But it looked amazing, but it looked like charcoal to me.
The figure work is layers of lines.
Okay.
Like I did a recreation of Wrightson's Old Witch from his coloring book.
Oh yeah.
And if you look at that, his piece, excuse me, if you look at his piece, it's layered with lines. It's lines on top of lines, and that's how he achieved his grays, the gray values. And so that's what I did on that Viking piece.
Okay.
And the clouds is a technique I learned from David. It's a paper towel dragged across. Yeah, that's I did a recreation of that. If you look closely, those lines, it's just layers of lines on top of lines.
Right, just the
Amazing,
camera.
amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Would you mind, Gary, showing that one more time, that Viking piece, so people who are late can see what I'm talking about? Because again, maybe it was the internet connection. I was like, is that some sort of China pencil, or what is that? Okay. Okay, I can see the lines now. I couldn't see them the first time. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's like look at the Viking in the foreground with the shield. Those are just layers of lines. They're not like, you know, Franklin Booth lines next to each other. They're piled on top.
Right. Spectacular work.
And the clouds. That's again, David Williams showed me how to do that. That's dipping a paper towel into a gray wash and dragging it across the paper.
Wow. Yeah, I can't wait to get a hold of that and color that thing. And again, Chuck Dixon wrote that. That's for Graham Nolan's Two-Fisted Manly Tales. It has something else. There's another thing to the
Giant size.
Two-Fisted Manly Tales. I'm happy to be working on that. Oh, people in the chat are saying we hit another milestone. We'll check that out in a minute. But David wanted to. Well, I'll wait for David to come back for that. Are you there, David? I think I see your elbow or your back or something. What is that? Are you sleeping? What are you doing?
I'm right here. I'm right here. You can't see me?
Oh, we were just all looking at your back. I don't know.
Sorry.
He's up to something. Okay.
I was about to start going to the chat and whatnot, but you prevented me.
Oh. David suggested we look at the fan art. And that touched my heart. Like, people just started spontaneously drawing this stuff and tagging me and Dave and Gary on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and everything. And I thought it was amazing. So this is a fan. I believe his name is Addison Rice, and he put these together. And I was just thrilled to see this stuff. I mean, what a humbling blessing to know, like, just God's hand on us to, like, well, we're inspiring people. We're lifting people up. What better?
I love that piece right there in the J.
Fun.
I love it.
Yeah, what better? And he you know, he did them each like their letter, right? So T, and then J, and then he has A, and
clever.
What an honor to, like, inspire people to make art and just the beauty of art and all that. What an absolute honor. I think that's what art is all about at the end of the day. And then this one, it's small. It's probably gonna be a little blurry because I screenshot it. That's spectacular. Are you kidding me? And this is what does that say? A.T. Cortez or A.C.? Sorry, I'm not getting your name right. It's pixelated on my screen because I took a screenshot. And he also did there's this just dinky too. Yeah, but these are fantastic cartooning on these ones. And then this gentleman hit me up. He was Nick Rummel on, I think I saw him in the chat, Nick Rummel on Instagram. And then an old friend of mine who's been on my channel since forever. He's one of our mods, Tario. He did us a nice American Way here. And then that AC or AJ, he did this one I thought was very moody, very cool. And then some cool headshots he did. And sorry, those are small and pixelated. I just quickly took some screenshots off Instagram. But I love the art. And I put, just so you know, Dave and Gary, I put this in the chat, a poll. Should we have a fan art contest? Overwhelmingly, 83-17. I wonder whether 17% of people are like, no.
17 people don't want to see fan art.
Like, no, I don't want the fan art. I think we should. What do you two think of well, all three of you, what do you think of a fan art contest? Let me know.
I love it. I love seeing fan art.
I do too.
Yeah, I think it gets people and gets people more engaged as well. I know Malin does that a lot, and I think it's great because there's a lot of good artists out there that gives them a chance to get their stuff seen, and that's cool too. Look at that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Teflon Ron, one of my mods, one of my old buddies. I'd like to see that Nick piece colored. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I think we definitely need to have an art contest and maybe give away some free signed books or something. We'll discuss that off air so that we agree, Dave, and everything. And then I guess we'll announce it. But I'm in. You guys are in. I want to do an art contest. So I am. I'm going off half cocked and announcing it right here. What else would you expect from me?
Pull that hammer all the way back, Gabe.
Huh?
I'm like, really?
Pull that hammer all the way back.
Right. Hold on. Someone is telling me to check my DM on Twitter. Why? Thank you so much. Phil Diaz, another one of the mods and a Comics Great creator in his own right. He has this right here. You're going to love this. Let me blow this up. And here does this look familiar to anyone?
Ooh, there you go.
There you go, Gary.
Wyrag.
Let's find that name.
There it is.
Where is it?
Wyrag Neutron.
It's blurry, but it's right there. Wyrag Neutron. The legend is true. The legend is true. Thank you so much, Mr. Diaz, for doing that. And check out The Lost Pages 2 on Indiegogo. It's another great indie book from Phil and his brother, and it's spectacular. Check them out. They're great. There's some young guys coming up in Chicago, and I think he's the only comic skater taller than me. I'm coming in at 6'4". This kid is 6'5". I'm gonna have to take him down. So I see a suplex in you.
So you probably outweigh him.
What issue number is that?
I'm gonna get. It says Blue Devil 13, published monthly.
13. Okay.
Yeah, and that is from 1902. No,
It was right after the Yellow Kid came out.
Yeah, right. I think Art T-Bear was your senior editor on that. So.
Yeah, exactly. Art T-Bear discovered this young Gary Martin kid, and he said,
right.
Moses came down from the mountain and said,
yeah,
check out this comic.
Right. Yeah, but definitely thank you so much again for that, sending that over, Phil. I really appreciate that. And
thanks, Phil.
There's the link right there for The Lost Pages 2. It's fun and it's pulp. If you like pulp, you're gonna love that. He's got this crazy vigilante style hero or whatever. I haven't read it yet. I'm guessing street crime called The Silhouette, and it just looks so cool to me. And
he's got a killer trailer too. His trailer is really good.
Doug Mankey, the great Doug Mankey, did an animation for him too for his book. So yeah, check that out for sure. I love it. So Teflon Ron says he's going to get a copy of that Blue Devil. Do you still have this page, Gary, by chance?
Oh no.
I was
not happy with that issue. That was the whole point of the reverse name.
What did you not like? The art, your artwork, you thought it wasn't good, or the story was terrible, or did you hate the editor, or what was going on there?
It was the pencil art I wasn't happy with, because that was after the working on the great Paris Cullens.
Yes. Yeah.
So it was a huge letdown for me.
Okay.
Paris is one of those rare talents. I would put him up there with David, but not nearly as much of a output as what David has over his career. But when Paris was a drawing machine. He was amazing to work with.
How were his folding chair jumping abilities, though?
I couldn't say, but Paris would disappear for weeks at a time and then show up with the work not finished. So they had to make some adjustments. But it was Paris was amazing.
Do you remember, Gary, if you actually got this page back when they distributed the artwork? I
probably did not.
Okay, because I was going to say, usually when you said you don't have it anymore because you couldn't stand the artwork, but I was like, when I get pages back that I hate, I can't burn them because that just seems like sacrilegious, but they're hidden and they will never see the light of day because I won't sell them and I won't throw them out. So they just like tucked away. So I thought it unusual. I was like, well, if you didn't like it, you probably didn't sell it. So you must have maybe not got the page back.
I don't think I got that one back, which was okay because if you look at the page, half of it is an overlay.
Yeah, but it's the page that has the fake name on it. That's what
true.
Makes it great.
That's true. It's dear to me now, but back then it was not.
So Gary, I started my professional career as an artist in the year 2000. I started getting paid for art. So I've always been able to use Photoshop and all that. And I want to ask you a technical question about this. You know, I love to draw in pen and ink on paper, and I still do. I scan it. But an overlay like that, how did they do it in the old days without Photoshop? What would they? Do you know what they did to do that?
Oh yeah, you just draw and ink on a piece of vellum.
Okay.
And then line that up and send that in with the artwork. So that large pink image of Blue Devil in the background is not on the Bristol board. It's on some vellum. And sometimes when the original art would come back, the vellum would not accompany the art. So you just have this blank space where the overlay was.
Yeah, because they had to do that on a separate sheet to do the red line color separation.
Right.
Yeah.
So back then you see a solid color like that. That was done on an overlay.
Okay.
So the Who's Who books.
Do the red line on the Bristol?
What now?
Well, that's different. Where you're drawing. Yeah, where you're drawing. Let's say you want to do a sun, and you don't want to see the line. You draw that in red ink, and you have to write a note for the printer to remove the red line. And so when it's printed, that line is not in the book, but they didn't always remove it. And so it's a gamble if you did a red line like that it would actually be removed.
Yeah.
But if you look at those Who's Who books that were printed back then, all of them had those overlays. I remember Jerry Ordway did a bunch of those, and he used the red line, the overlays heavily, and they're awesome. They're really good example of how to use that correctly.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's
Good
just
old days.
I don't know. I hear people talk about cutting ruby lith for the colors and all these old things they used to do.
Yeah.
And now we just push the color button in Photoshop is what people think. When I first started, earlier in my marriage, I would tell my wife, don't tell people I color comic books. I wasn't ashamed of it, but I knew that the civilians, the non-artists, they didn't understand what I did. And I didn't like them thinking it was easy and simple and that I push a button on the computer. It's like, no, I'm a full-fledged artist and it is like painting, but I don't want to sit there and explain it. So I just told my wife, people ask what I do, just tell them I'm a comic book artist. It's not a lie. I make art in comics, but I didn't like how it sounded, comic book colorist. When I would tell people that, well, the reason I came to grow not to like it is because people would say, oh, so what do you just like do? You do it all on the computer or whatever. And you could tell they thought it was like, yeah, you know, like you just push a button and something happens. Like, no, not at all. And I think one of the things in comics that hurts a lot of them is the coloring. Because I think there's a lot of unsophisticated color in the mainstream. I see it, and if I was a pencil or inker, I would be pissed at some of these colors you see, because you have these beautiful black and white illustrations, and then the colors gets a hold of it and details every little thing and just destroys the composition. You know what I mean? Or they have these really garish local colors and stuff. So I could go on and bore everyone with color theory for a long time, but needless to say, I told my wife, just tell people I'm a comic artist.
Well, at least people don't call you a tracer.
Right. I was going to say that's the thing with the inker, right? You're just
no.
a tracer. So you trace the pencils, you know, and it's like, well,
Right.
not if you're good, you don't.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, back in the day when we were using basically flat colors in the old color system,
Right.
before computer coloring, the inking was so important because that's what really came through was the line work.
Right.
And now everybody sort of focuses on the color. So the inking isn't as important because a lot of the coloring sort of grabs everybody's attention, right? But for me, it's always been the inking, the ink line, you know? And
Right.
the interesting thing is, and I think Gary probably feels this way a lot, is that you get an original, right? And you say, God, this looks really, really good. But then the combination of maybe not a great color job or the reducing the image down to comic book size and losing some detail and things, it's like it's a different piece of artwork. And I've had so many times where I've seen published stuff that I've done and I'm kind of like, eh. And then I get the originals back, you know, from the inker, and it's like, these look beautiful.
Yeah, these look better than I thought.
What happened, you know? And it's like that's been the struggle forever, right? Is to get good reproduction and everybody that's involved in the process being on the same page so you get the best looking piece of work you can, and it so rarely happens, you know. It's frustrating, but it's the way it is.
Well, there are guys that draw or ink for reproduction, and there are guys that do it for the collector. So
Yes.
like if you look at a Frank Frazetta brush and ink original, or even like Dave Stevens,
Yeah.
they're perfect. They're just perfect. And there's a lot of stuff in there that they know is not going to reproduce.
Yep.
And then there are guys that are afraid of that and simplify everything so they make sure everything is visible in the printed version. But when I saw, it's like the very first time I saw Dave Stevens original, I burnt some brain cells.
You
Yeah, I couldn't believe how perfect it was. And so he, you know,
before computer inking.
yeah, I mean, he had this vision of perfection, and it doesn't come through in the comic because you can't see it. But when you see good reproduction, like an artist edition or looking at the original, it literally blows your brain up.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's the interesting thing about, you brought up those artist editions, is that I don't get a lot of them because a lot of guys, even though I really like their artwork, I always ask myself, well, what am I going to see in a blown up version that I'm not seeing in the printed version, right? But Dave Stevens was one of the artist editions I got because I knew there would be so much more on the page that didn't get reproduced. And so, you know, that's just kind of, I guess, verifying what you just said there. That
Yeah. Okay. The Kelly Jones Batman, I was really not a fan of, but I bought his artist edition because of John Beatty's inking.
Yes.
John Beatty is a god.
Yeah, John Beatty is awesome. Yeah.
He is so amazing, and he gave 100% on every single page. So if you can get a chance to get Kelly Jones Batman Artist Edition. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, yeah, Kelly Jones was doing stuff in that book that I'd never seen before, and then Beatty on top of him. What amazing combination!
Yeah, it's so interesting because I had Kelly on my show a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about that. And actually, John showed up in the chat while I was interviewing him. But one of the things I always thought was interesting, and I had asked this of John years ago when he was inking Kelly, because John is a lot like you, Gary. He's very controlled and slick, in his natural state. And so I always thought it was kind of. I always asked him. I said, "Well, what does Kelly think about that?" Because Kelly is a much you'd expect his stuff is more Wrightson-y, and Beatty was much slicker than Wrightson. But he said that Kelly Jones loved it because it was so different than what he had done. And so I always thought that was really cool. And I've always said that when I've worked with inkers is like, I don't care what you do as long as it looks good when you're done, because you can take it a different direction as long as what you're doing when the finished product looks good. And that's all that we really should care about. And so it was remarkable, of course, John Beatty on Zek, the ultimate Zek inker, right? And but John's great. Fantastic.
He made everybody look good.
Yeah.
For me, there was only a couple of guys that inked John Burnwell. Only a couple. Beatty did some stuff on Byrne that just was amazing. It is unfortunate he didn't do more.
What do you remember what those were? Because I can't.
I think they were Fantastic Fours. I could be wrong.
Okay, I'll have to go back and check.
Maybe
that
you guys
out.
out there could help me out on that.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
I want to suggest to you inkers like John Beatty and Gary Martin to try this tool.
The big fat Sharpie.
Awesome.
Awesome.
I have a brush that's as big as my thumb, and I use that sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. That's the new
Gary,
game.
do you use just in your normal inking process? Do you use a number 2 or a number 3 brush?
Mostly number 3.
Okay, so you use the bigger brush.
Yeah.
I remember talking to Golden, and he had told me that he used a number 3, and I was like, really? So of course I was like, well, if it's good enough for Golden, right? And so I remember trying to do that, and I was just like, it was just carrying too much ink. I could never get used to it because it just carried so much more ink than I was used to that I had to go back to it too.
Is that Beatty on Byrne?
That is Beatty and Byrne together. Because the signatures, you can see them over on the bottom right corner.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Some of my ink
I
look
love
like
that.
number
I love how sharp some of it looks. But you weren't kidding.
Some of my inks look like number 2.
I love what you do with the pens and all that, Dave. Like the grittiness to it. I do love that scratchiness.
Yeah, it was actually, getting to know Gary and learning to ink from Gary very early in my career that he gave me an appreciation for different styles, which I didn't have. I was kind of it has to look one way or I hate it kind of thing.
Right.
And then, Gary sort of opened my eyes to some different artists and different techniques and why those were just as valid. And so I owe a lot to Gary in terms of kind of opening my eyes to be not such a snob about and say, if it doesn't look this way, then I don't like it, because there's a lot of different styles out there, artistically speaking, not just inking, but artistically speaking, that you can appreciate at different levels for different reasons. And I've really, later in my career, I've really become a big fan of guys like, kind of what David does with his marker stuff, or Ron Garney or Lee Weeks, guys that draw really well, but they have a very sort of rough finish style. Dan Panosian's another guy who is doing some really nice work with a very rough kind of inking style, but yet it's still really, really cool. And that's something early in my career I never, I would have said, no, those lines aren't slick enough. That's no good. And now I kind of have developed over time an appreciation for the different ways you can approach something and still have it be a really nice piece of artwork, despite it's maybe very different than something else, that you're used to or like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gabe, can you take that Blue Devil down and
Oh,
so we can look at the version
oh yeah. I'm
of
well,
baby?
I was digging through my computer for one of Aaron's Wraith of God pages that I know he already showed on Ethan's channel, but I wanted to show how he did some of these inks, how gorgeous.
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are.
Let's
But,
definitely.
okay, so
Get
Aaron,
that Blue
Aaron,
Devil off there.
to clear it with you first, Aaron, you already showed page 28, right?
What's on it? I don't know what page.
A horse's rear end.
Yeah.
Okay, I just
That's where
I wanna-
he's writing to the guy's house, right?
Yeah. But I just
Yeah,
want I'm gonna zoom in because I've seen your work like in the mainstream, and then I'm watching what you're sending me to color on Wraith of God. I'm like, this is like the greatest Aaron I've ever seen. You're doing the work of your career here. I love the way you use the negative space and the rendering to the horse's rear end, the muscles there, that gap there on that on the muscle or the bone, and just I love the feathering in there and all that. I'm thrilled by what you're doing here.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gary. Check out the hind leg, and you can see the cross hatching. The lines are going out of the holding line there, and that's something I could never ever accept doing before, and I'm making myself do it on this project because I wanted this rougher sort of spaghetti western kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
And this is so totally alien from what I normally do.
This stuff, right here.
Yeah, and
I'm
normally I
trying
would
to get G Money to do this.
That looks
I'm trying to
terrific.
have them have the perfect imperfections.
That
and
looks
all
terrific.
most of the stuff back here, I'll rule like the lines with the pencil, but then I'll ink it freehand with the pen so that it has that sort of rougher wood, looser kind of quality to it. And it's so antithetical to what I normally do that it was driving me crazy. I had to force myself to do it. And it took several pages before I finally kind of got into it and embraced it and said, you know what, this is going to be looser. This is how I want it to look. And it's one of those things. Hillary Barta told me this a long time ago. He goes, quit focusing on like one small aspect of the page, like the guy's arm or sleeve, and look at the entire piece of artwork. And does it feel like you want it to feel? Don't look at that little bit of line work right there. Just look at the whole page. And is it working? And does it feel like you want it to? And if it does, then that's where your success is. Don't get so focused on a tiny little aspect that you lose sight of the big picture.
Absolutely.
And that's something I'm trying to do with this project.
Yeah, I saw on another page, I won't spoil it, but there was a wagon, and I noticed that the boards, the lines on the wooden boards, they had that, you didn't use a ruler, I could tell, and it looked so badass, and it was the side of a wagon. I remember just looking at it like, damn, and it's like a wooden panel, and I was so impressed looking at it.
Oh, thanks. But that's what I'm trying to do, and it's amazing when you kind of get outside yourself that you can kind of discover things that you didn't think you could do.
Yeah, let me honor this super chat here. Thank you so much, Son of Liberty Radio, for $5. That ain't cheap. Thank you for the generous donation. Gary taught Aaron. Usually the teacher is older than the student. Wow, you can teach an old dog. There is hope for Art T after all. I just roasted 3 people in one.
Dude, well, I'll tell you what. If he shows up on my, if he shows up on my show Sunday, he's going to get blown up. So for that, I'll remember it. I
That
don't
was a
forget
Three
that stuff.
Stooges slap right there.
I know he's going to get it if he shows up on my show.
Well done, Son of Liberty. You got 3 people all at once. So I like it. Oh man, but I really do think you're doing the work of your career, and it you know what's coming through in these projects: Truth, Justice, American Way, Wraith of God. We saw Narwhal, and we saw Andy and Nosfero. Joy, right?
Yeah,
we are having joy doing this, and I love these. You went to film school, so you probably don't have a high opinion of this, but you can't deny they're fun. And people making these, they love it. They're enthusiastic. They're having fun, and I think that's coming through in what we're doing here. That we're free from any woke fencing us in creatively, and it's just like when Dave and I discuss story ideas or art ideas, my answer is always the same. What do you like to draw? What do we like to talk about? What do we want to draw? And then when we do it, we have so much fun doing it. And then it goes right through the art and right into the reader's head. They know, they can feel the fun we're having. And again, I just see it with your Wraith of God stuff. You're free. You're totally free making this thing.
Well, and that's the funny thing is, if I had, like we talked about earlier, if I had sold this to DC, there's no way I would have had guts to do it the way that I'm doing it artistically, right? Because there would have been an expectation of what my stuff had looked like at DC for the past
Right.
12, 15 years. And this allows me to kind of, you know, I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to do it the way that I want this particular project to look, and we'll see how it goes. And I would not have had the guts to do it this way if I was doing it through a mainstream outlet. So
that's part of the fun working with David, is talking to him on the phone when he's telling me what he's going to do. I'm going to draw this and this and this, and this will be cool. And I'm like, yeah, eating it with a spoon. And then when I see the artwork, I audibly gasp. Oh, it's just, it's so much fun. And this is the kind of stuff, when you decide to be a professional comic book artist, it's the kind of stuff you think you're going to be doing.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna draw this character and that character. You think it's going to be fun, and it ends up just being a job.
Yep,
Right.
that's so true. 9 times out of 10, that is so true.
So it's, Dick Giordano used to say, take the money and run job.
It made me feel bad too, because I felt like I was being ungrateful when I was miserable at, we won't name names, mainstream stuff. When I was miserable, I felt like, what an ungrateful brat you are. You wanted to do this since you were, a little kid. Here you are doing it, and you don't like it.
Right.
And it was a weird way to be. But you want to see joy. When Dave hit me up about this concept, I was sold instantly. And look at that there. The first thing he ever showed me was this. He showed me that, and I was like, okay, I'm going to hitch my wagon to you.
Yeah.
Dave.
Yeah.
That is, I saw that. This is from his desk. That's a desk shot on his light table. I saw that drawing in pencil. I'm like, okay, I'm in. This is, I have to do this. This is
well, the truth is, why that's on his light table? He traced that from somebody else. David's he's a fraud.
That's what people don't know, is that Dave actually has a younger brother. That he do all the work.
His younger brother is the genius.
That's right.
Dave.
Sam Williams, I think is his name.
Sam, Sam Williams.
We have another comment I'd like to read, please. Son of Liberty Radio for $5 more. Thank you so much. Very generous. Seriously, this is what makes CG great. We get to hang out with creators like Pals and Bust Chops, and no one is offended, and we have a laugh. Yeah, going on these streams and going live with you guys, it's an honor and it's fun, and it's like going to a good comic book convention. And you can come up and ask Gary if he is indeed Rob Liefeld, and he may just lie to you.
He just might.
You know what we should do, Gary? If we raise enough money, we'll set one of the tiers. Dave has to jump over a folding chair on camera.
Yeah, there you go. But now old man Dave, if he couldn't do it as young man Dave, how the heck is he going to do it now as old man Dave?
We'll get him a life insurance policy before.
Exactly. Put mats all around it, so that when he won't hurt himself.
No, I would not. No, because I can't throw stones. I could dunk when I was in high school. I could not jump over a piece of paper today.
I know. Isn't that the truth? It hurt my back just thinking about it.
How is your back? You fell or something? Or what'd you do last week?
Dude, okay. Here, this is just going to give Son of Liberty Radio more ammunition, but we got this Amazon box, right? And it was super light, and so I put it down. I got down on my knees. I was going to cut open the tape on the top, right? So I was on my knees. I bent over to cut open the tape, and my back just spasmed out, right? And so I was like, I couldn't even hardly walk. And so it hurt too bad to go to the chiropractor. You usually have to wait about 3 days for it, so it doesn't hurt so bad that you can actually get in your car and go someplace. So I was on day 3, and I was starting to feel pretty good. So I thought, I'm going to go draw. So I sat down on my drafting table, and I'm not kidding. I sat down. My left leg, I just slid it over like that, and it's double spasmed again out both sides. And I was laid up again for another 3 days. And I finally got to the chiropractor on last week on Tuesday, and it's been. It's pretty good shape right now. It's still a little bit of a twinge. In fact, I may go back in this week and have them do one more adjustment. But I was like, geez, man.
Yeah, we're all at the age where we can sustain a sports injury just by going to bed.
I know. Is that horrible? Oh, I had a rough night of sleep last night.
Yeah.
Oh, my back. I can't move my legs.
Yep.
Not me, but depends on who's in the bed with you. But
No, that's true. That's true. Oh, my
Um,
gosh.
I like this. I love this comment from Mighty Geek Studios. Rob Liefeld said it best. The elevator only goes so far when working for someone else. Indeed. And I like this too, a little sinister. Jiminy Cricket, Dave is taking the names of all the nerds teasing him in the chat.
He'll get you back. He'll get you back.
Oh, question for you, Dave. The stoic, silent David Williams. Mudman asks, it looks like Dave hit 3 home runs with those character designs. Were those the first pass at each character, Dave?
There you go. That's a good question.
Very good question.
I have a couple of other doodles that were they're in the same ballpark, but you'll see that in the ash can.
In the raw ash can that we have. Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's
very
right. He's
cool.
not going to reveal anything yet.
David, if I ever robbed a bank or did something crazy illegal, which I wouldn't do YouTube, I would work with Dave because Dave can keep secrets like nothing else. He loves to keep this all secret. He gets mad if I want to show off the art. But I agree
Well,
with this.
he's a little bit like Orson Welles. Remember, he'll sell no wine before it's time. So
All
he
right.
keeps everything under. That's an old guy reference right there. If you
Right.
remember those.
I know who Orson Welles is. I don't know the saying though.
He used to do a wine commercial for somebody. He goes, I can't remember the brand, but he goes, "We will sell no wine before it's time."
That's funny.
Mhm.
So David will reveal no art before it's time. And then you have to twist his arm.
Is it time for an update?
Yeah, I think we should do that. Let me bring that back up. Hold on, I gotta close all these Twitter. I was getting messages on Twitter I had to address. Let me go over here, open this, and bring it over to you guys. I won't even look yet, and then I'll pop it on the screen. Okay, let's see. It is
No.
wow.
Ooh.
11,365. It's humbling. It's
Wow.
very humbling. Thank you guys so much.
Amazing.
This is just warming up because you guys will really get cooking tonight on Ethan's show.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hear that fire song a bunch, I'm sure.
Yep.
Oh, that thing is brutal. I am honored. I would say I can't believe it, but I can believe it. I hate that saying I can't believe it because I don't know. I just really appreciate you guys, the fans. I know how great you are and all that, and I just feel God's blessing. I think this is just amazing. I think it really is. So, how do you feel,
This
Dave?
is-
How do you feel, Gary?
This is legit, right? It's not like somebody sitting next to you, Gabe, putting up this bogus screen. This is actually happening?
No, now we would be worried if this was real if I were you, knowing what a prankster you are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Gary, this is not your Captain America moment. Okay.
That's right. Gary's sabotaging his own campaign for a laugh.
For a
Yeah.
cheap laugh, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I would never do that to you. I can't believe that you did that to Aaron. That is one of the best stories I've ever heard.
And one of the worst stories at the same time.
that went as horrible as it could have.
Yeah,
went.
worst
Yeah.
case scenario, yeah.
It could not have gone. I mean, depending on how you look at it, it couldn't have gone any worse or couldn't have gone any better.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Well, it was difficult for me too, because the moment that I realized when I was talking to Rachel that I had to tell you it was a prank,
That just hurt.
my heart sunk. And I realized, and then when you got on the phone with me, you were so excited, and I'm like, oh man.
Would you mind recapping, or do you want me to? Because a lot of people come in and out of these streams, but it's such a
Oh.
great story. Would you mind? I'll
Did
recap.
you
if
put
you
your
don't
hand
want
on
to.
his shoulder and say, Aaron, there's no Santa Claus either.
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah, I knew I was crushing your dream, but I had to say it. I couldn't,
Well, that's the thing. Back then, it was like we were all, not all of us, but some of us, especially me, I was just sort of starting out, right?
Oh,
And it just come off sludge, and it was kind of like I really needed a big break, So I was like I was a sucker waiting for that to happen because
Oh.
I really needed someone to give me something that would like catapult me, And then I thought that was it.
oh.
Yeah, but when you said, and you even paused, you said, Gary, I got the call.
Oh,
I was like, oh. Oh,
Okay,
it killed me.
Look, here's a story though that wasn't a prank. That's even in some ways more crushing because this was reality. I had gone through a period after Tachyon. You remember that, and where I was kind of blacklisted at DC because of the failure of the book, and so I wasn't getting any work or anything, and so I was kind of working around the edges. I get something at Wildstorm maybe because I knew some of the guys there that I had worked with prior at Marvel when I first broke in, and Mike Sellers I think was like editor-in-chief there for a while, and he was a letterer on my What the Stuff, and so he'd throw me a pin up and stuff to kind of keep me alive. But eventually I kind of got back in at Marvel a little bit, and I got a couple of X-Men fill-in issues, right? And I had one of them was a Wizard magazine exclusive that Danny Mickey inked. And so and Jeff Johns wrote it. And it was really was a cool thing, right? It was like 12 pages. It was just a mini comic that you could order exclusively. And I only got that because, it was like, well, we need someone to do this dumb wizard thing, right? But I did a really nice job on it. Then of course, Danny did a really, bang up job on the inks and everything. And so then they're like, well, hey, you want to do we got this 3 issues of X-Men or whatever. Do you want to do? And I'm like, of course. And then I had Mark Morales inked it. So that looked really nice, And so this was Pete Franco and Mark Powers were in charge of the X-Men office at the time. And Pete Franco, the assistant editor, he calls me up. Swear to you, this is exactly what he said. He goes, we love what you're doing. He goes, we are going to make you the next big X-Men artist. That is a quote. Okay. I hang up the phone. I'm dancing around the house, just like, the Gary moment going, finally, I got the call. I'm telling Shelley, I'm going, this is it. We're going to hit the big time. There's no looking back, blah, blah, blah. It was like 2 or 3 days later, both those guys got fired.
Oh,
and I was out and I had no connection. No, I was out
because they wanted to make you the next.
They got, no. Hey, you want to know why they got fired? This is the sad and ironic, the whole full circle, story. Ethan was working for them and got pissed off at Mark Powers, so he put an F-bomb in one of the panels, and Powers didn't catch it, and Franco didn't catch it. So basically, Ethan did that to get these guys fired, and it worked. And so he screwed my career, but then later, thankfully, was allowed me to launch Wraith of God on his channel. So I guess that makes up for it a little bit. But
there you go.
So yeah, it was this really just sick irony. And so I went from almost the top of the hill and never looking back to unemployed again, and that's when I ended up at CrossGen because I had no other alternatives.
Gary
did it to me, and then Marvel did it to me.
Let me address more super chats. Timothy Fitzgerald for $2. That thing is brutal. Backer number 64, Hail CG. And then Rack Crin says, if he weren't homeless, he'd totally back this. Great job, guys. Hope you're joking, but take care, friend. Goodness.
Yes.
Yes, if you don't back it, we'll be homeless.
Oh, no, don't say that.
Exactly. I'll be homeless together. Hey, look.
Can't you see that I'm outside? I'm in the tent,
freezing to death. Look at this. Look what Teflon Ron wrote. He says, you can't let Aaron into your lives because he can never shut this guy up. Wow, I have the abuse I am taking.
Unbelievable. One of my mods and a really sweet guy. That is out of character. Teflon Ron, shame.
See, everybody starts picking on me, and then they all think it's okay, and then it just becomes this. Oh well, such is life.
No. I love the stories, and believe me, as someone who talks a lot himself, I love it. I love these old stories. They're amazing to me. They're hilarious.
Well, that's what old guys are for, is old stories.
Right.
I just won't say another word. I'm done, Teflon. You hurt my feelings.
Now you made him pout.
No, I'm not going to say another word. Which reminds me of a story.
Fred Richards just backed. Thank you, Fred. Thank you so much. Goodness. Well, let's see. We've been at this for like what, 4 hours? Does the first hour count on my private stream on the Boomer stream or whatever it
Yeah,
was?
exactly.
What's our goal here? Time.
I don't know. We were just having a fun conversation and time was flying by. I don't know. There's still 105 people watching, so I've been watching like how many people are in the crowd, and it seems to be pretty steady around 100. So I kept going. Do you guys have other things you need to get to, or do you got more hilarious stories? Or
Can we?
I would like to
Aaron's
point out
drawing?
that it's my stories that are keeping your viewership up. So you
that
just
is true.
Yeah. So,
That is true.
I actually think it's G Money's.
Yeah, actually it is. It's Gary's
Yeah,
stories
yeah.
because Gary's those are the killers. Those are the good ones.
Yeah, yeah. He
Oh.
he was the quiet one in the corner until
The quiet assassin.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I've never seen this side of you, Gary. We've spoken on the phone only about 4 or 5 times, and we did a video chat privately the other day. You seem so polite and mild mannered. I had no idea.
I am. That's my actual personality. The other stuff is when I put on, just like Dave's Black Man, I put on
The prankster.
the Joker persona.
Well, yeah,
There you
it's
go.
kind of your Jekyll and Hyde, right? You know, it's
Yes.
like you
Yes.
drink the formula, then you just get crazy and destroy lives.
Sorry, I saw that comment. It made me laugh. Don't underestimate Wyrag Nitram.
That's right,
I
John.
like when someone converted it to Meat Ram,
Yeah.
the Viking Lord, or whatever. It was the Meat Ram, the Viking Lord. That was pretty badass. So, as far as I'm concerned, Chuck Dixon's Viking is named Meat Ram. That's canon in my head.
There you go. I know it's never going to go away now. Did you read that Meat Ram story?
Yeah.
When are we going to
That
see
sounds
more Meat
brutal.
Ram?
that sounds brutal. I don't quit saying that. It's turning into
Yeah,
No,
Meat
no,
Ram sounds like it could go into
You want to
dangerous
see
territory.
less Neat Ram, not more Neat Ram.
Hold on.
Yeah. What are you drawing, Aaron?
I'm inking a page of Wraith of God, but it's kind of got a sort of important plot point on it, so I can't show it.
Are you what
Can you show
page
me?
are you at now with that, Aaron?
This is 56.
Have you penciled the whole book,
No,
or are you just doing them one at a time?
I was doing them one at a time. I didn't, a lot of guys will go and like do layouts for the entire book before they start drawing. And I I never do that, but I've never done it. And I just do it as I go. But having written the script, I have real, clear ideas of what I want to do visually. And so I just I do my layouts before I do the page and then kind of tweak stuff and then go ahead and draw it. So I'm just, doing it one at a time. So it's the actual story itself is 75 pages, but then there's a 3-page epilogue at the end. So the total thing is going to be 78 pages. So I've got about 23 pages to go. So I'm getting there.
So
Yeah, I got to catch up. I'm only how far? I'm on 38 for colors.
Yeah.
So, but I took a week off to work on this launch and all that.
That's
I had
true.
to make sure I was ready to screw up the YouTube link this morning.
Right.
That took a week of preparation to get that correct.
I trust you, Gabe. I trust you.
Oh, hey, I've never missed a deadline in my life. And when I took the week off, I put it on the calendar, all your Wraith of God stuff, and made sure I would have it done by I don't want to say what we discussed probably, but the deadline we're talking about, I don't want to, say anything. But.
Well, the only guy I'm worried. Oh, go ahead, Gary. I'm sorry.
David, do you do that with Bass? Do you ink them as you go, or do you pencil the whole thing and then ink them?
No, I ink them as I go because my pencils are like kind of rough, and so I light table them and I just start inking, and then I don't do small layouts. My layouts are all 11 by 17. I have
Is that
some
because
right
you-
here?
You can't wait to
Huh?
see it finished.
Pretty much, I just want to get it done and over with.
Yeah, I would feel like I just wasn't getting anywhere if I would pencil everything, then realized I had to go back and ink the whole thing. I would feel like I wasn't making any progress at all. When I can shut a page down and go, okay, that page is done. So now I can look and say, yes, I have 55 pages completed. And then it makes me feel like I'm moving forward. If I was doing it like that, like penciling everything, then going back and inking, I would feel like I was starting over. And I'd cave under the pressure probably. Totally collapse.
I think you're doing great, man. I think this is amazing, Wraith of God. I'm really excited. I love westerns. I watch them all the time. I just watched Once Upon a Time in the West again, like a week and a half ago. Just outstanding. But you know what I watched the other day? The Professionals. You know, with
What?
The Professionals with Lee Marvin and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like that movie a lot, actually. I think it's great. It is weird to see them in the old days. They would have a white guy play like a Mexican, though.
Yeah,
I forgot they did that.
yeah.
Who was Jack Palance was La Raza or whatever, the main villain in that one. That was Claudia Cardinale's lover. Claudia Cardinale. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Fine.
David, you going to show us some of your layouts?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make you big
Dave will
here,
go
Dave.
full screen. Yeah. So
You're laying
I
out
was
full
drawing
size.
11 by 17, just start scribbling stuff in, and I would draw on the opposite side so it completes the rest of it. So, and then I would light box it, and the full picture shows up, and I just ink from this. See, I couldn't send this to Gary. Gary would have a fit. He'd be like, "What the hell am I supposed to do with this?"
Yep. I am not David Williams, and I can never be David Williams. So the truth is finally out that I'm actually David Williams.
There you go. Well, that's sort of like Neil Adams used to do that. You know, he'd do the small layouts and then he'd blow them up and light table them. You're doing large sized ones though.
Whatever I can't figure out, I draw on the opposite side.
Do you do character sketches for, like some of your, like the storekeeper and, people like that, or do you make them up as you go along?
A lot of this stuff, I was just making them up as I go along because they're like a lot of one and done type characters. And so I didn't have to, figure out how they look from a profile and all this other kind of weird stuff. But I got like FedEx boxes full of this type of stuff from years and years and years of doing comics and stuff in consumer products.
You never sell any of that stuff?
At some point, my family will, but I even eyeball the perspective just to have it be a little bit looser and less rigid, because the more you just rely on a ruler, it becomes overly stiff and too controlled. We don't really see life in that perspective.
David, has your family been feeding you a lot of butter on your food lately?
Actually, no, because they want
trying to shorten your lifespan. Shorten your lifespan so they can.
Yeah, they actually want me to live long so I can produce more. So then the salt comes in. They say, "Hey, this needs more seasoning." Nah, they're good to me.
Wow, this stuff is great.
Yeah, so Dave changed my life as an artist. I started off drawing comics, but the job that was open at Wildstorm was coloring, so I've done a lot more coloring than drawing. But I want to get back to drawing, and I have my own book, Beef Law, coming out probably next year after we do this. But what Dave showed me about this light box technique, he taught me two things. I've owned a light box for like 20 years, but I used it sparingly when I thought I needed to. The technique Dave taught me is use it at all times. So I draw on one side of the sheet, and then I flip it, and then I see, the anatomy is off or the balance is off. So I'll trace the one side and then erase it and flip, and then it comes out beautifully. And you see how Dave is drawing on both sides here. and then he'll take the real board and ink on it because you can see both sides on it. And I'm telling you, anyone out there trying to get your anatomy and your balance, everything right, get a light table or just make one cheaply out of parts you have around the house, and flip and use cheap paper. You can tell this is like printer paper. You can get a ream of it on Amazon for like $500. I got 500 sheets, not $500. Sorry, I'm tired. I had 3 hours of sleep. And I have a giant ream of this huge printer paper like this, and I just flip and flip and flip, and it's amazing. And that's what Dave told me. And Dave, where'd you get that from? You got that from animation at Warner Brothers, or where did you get that technique from?
Yeah. And it went into consumer products because we worked on light tables there, and you know, things have to look correct. Is that
Right.
guy, that shopkeeper you were talking about, G?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is literally what I ink from because it doesn't look like you could ink from it. But again, say like that face on the top, you know, I didn't want to fully draw on the other eye until I saw it on the opposite side to see if it was even. But if you put it through the light table, you could see the whole entire image, and I could ink from that.
Right. Yeah, it's a great technique to use the light table full time. And the reason I'm just talking so much about it changed the way I draw. I feel like when Neo had his Matrix moment and he could see the numbers and how the Matrix was made, I'm after just a week of doing Dave's technique of using the light table at all times, I see mass, the cones and the squares and the spheres. I see the mass more 3D than I've ever seen it in my life. I'm starting to, and I thought I understood it. You know, I'm a professional illustrator too. I thought I understood it. And I can't thank Dave enough for that technique. It's amazing.
These ones were a little bit more uptight until I really loosened up. Because I wanted a little bit more spontaneity and energy. So I stopped, you know, penciling this tight. No, I actually have like cooking shows, or I'm watching some kind of weird YouTube thing and it transitions to another show that I never expected to see. And, you know, and then this or some kind of sports or MMA, or, you know, it's just background noise. And,
Right.
or sometimes I'll play a movie I saw about like 1,000 times over, just as a thing to time myself, just to get something done. I go, okay, by the time this movie's done, I need to have at least 4 panels done or something like that.
Yeah, I do the same thing. Listen to music or book on tape and to time myself.
Because I actually don't even use like a real clock to time myself. So that's generally what, you know, I do for my layouts and pencils to ink, you know. But when I'm penciling for Gary, you know, I have to be a little bit more, you know, crisp and, you know, and say, hey, Gary, hit this line like this, you know, or add some of your flares here. We discuss it over the phone, and, you know, we're still getting our rhythm back from, you know, we haven't worked together in a while, and we're trying to find each other's rhythm to where we, you know, balance again. And I'm loving what we're doing so far, but I know it's going to be even better. I think it's going to be one of those things that gets even better as it goes on, instead of it just, you know, being this overly consistent thing. It's just the art's going to progressively get better.
Right. Yeah. Let me show real quick. So I have a 4K camera over my drawing desk that's over there, and I'm going to put up a time lapse video of this for you guys to see later. But like, so I drew Justice just like in pencil, and then I flipped it to straighten it out. And then what I did is I took some blue painter's tape, right? And I taped the Bristol board over it, and then I just inked on this board. So that's Dave's flip technique. You draw it once, and I drew this side and this side about 4 times. So I drew it once, then I draw it here, and then I erase this side, then I trace this side back on this side, and I go back and forth until it. When Dave showed me that it's amazing, and then just tape a Bristol board on it and ink it, and then it's like, oh, it's so clean. I don't have to erase. Because one thing, Gary, please explain this to me, because I've never worked full time as an inker, but I've inked some stuff, and you lose all these fine details when you erase the pencils. Do you just go back and re-ink all of that, or is there a special way to erase without destroying the fine detail? What do you do?
I erase the pencils before I ink very lightly.
Oh.
And so one, that helps with the smearing, as you're dragging my hand across the page as I'm inking. And then when I actually have to erase over the inks, it's just a light erase because half of it's gone already.
Okay.
So I'm erasing it twice.
Okay. Instead of inking twice, you erase twice.
Right.
And that's why you wrote the book on inking.
Yeah, because you don't want to ink over lines that have been erased. Then they're they're not going to be as good as the original lines.
No, when they
lose the spontaneity.
Yeah,
they're taking all the life
energy,
out of it. So that's what I do. I erase twice.
Okay.
Also, what do you do to keep your ink so black?
I have 3 different vintages of ink, and I swap them out depending on what I'm inking. So when I fill the blacks in, I do that very last, and I fill the blacks in after I've erased. So I don't erase over big black areas because I want the original art, the blacks, to be really dark. And so I'll have a bottle of ink with the lid off of it. It'll sit there aging for a while.
Ooh.
And it's like I use Higgins Black Magic, and it'll get darker as you let the water evaporate. It'll get blacker. And so I use that. It also gets thicker. I use that for filling in blacks. The new ink, I'll use that for the line work, and then diluted ink, I'll use that for the feathering.
Very cool. Hey, I had a favorite ink. It was Higgins Matte Black, and they quit making it. Do you know where to get some of this, or have you ever used it? I loved it.
I used it a long time ago. For me, it was too dark. Too thick. It depends on your preference and what tools you're using, because I wanted to dilute the ink and I wanted it to get darker too. The Black Magic worked for me, and so I'm kind of a snob that way. When I find something that works, I just stick with it.
Okay. I'm going to ask you another ink question here because, obviously I haven't inked as much as you, but how long does it take you to get in the zone of inking? And for me, it's like I'll do a little warm up and I'll fill in a place that's easy to do. And then after, I've been working for 10, 15 minutes, then I feel like I can just throw lines bravely and stuff. You're probably so experienced, so you maybe do it right off the bat, but do you have to warm up when you ink still or no?
Absolutely. Sometimes if I've inked the previous day, it's much easier for me to get in that zone. But no, I cannot do it. Well, I'll just mess around with stuff that I don't really care about, or I'll do lines that don't require lots of control, the parts of, a tree or something that has black on it, things that it doesn't really matter. And sometimes it doesn't come. Sometimes I'll be inking away and it just doesn't come. And so I'll stop.
Okay.
And maybe take a break, try it again an hour later. If it still doesn't come, I won't ink that day. And that happens every once in a while. So it does come and go. Aaron, do you have those problems?
Yeah. I'm not as patient as you are, though. That's my biggest problem. I don't, you're suggesting and using the 3 different inks. I'd never thought of that. I think that's actually a really good idea to have a thicker ink that you're using to fill in blacks, and then one that's maybe a little more watery to do your line work.
I love that.
But I picked it up from you, basically, was that, ink out, I ink the outlines first. I don't just go in and start feathering, right?
You never have a bad giant marker day. Is that what you're saying, David?
Yeah.
Gary,
No,
you're gonna wake up and Dave's gonna leave a marker in your bed like the horse in Godfather. Pull the blankets back, and there's gonna be a box of markers there.
Gary always told me he said, go in and start off by inking the outline of a character or something, right? And then till you get that rhythm, and then you can get in and feather and stuff. I don't do as much inking, brush inking anymore. So when I do jump in on that, it takes me a little bit longer to kind of get my feathering technique down and stuff. So I'm not doing wobbly, crappy lines. But in some ways it is kind of like riding a bike. It's easier, at least for me, I found it kind of easy to get back in that rhythm, even though I haven't picked up a brush in a while. So.
David?
He's gonna go. You're gonna find out Gary and Dave are in the same house.
I know. It's like he's gonna come in the other side of the panel there.
Do you have bad inking days?
Only if I'm spilling ink, because I did a Batman piece, right, and it was virtually finished, and I had too much ink on the brush, and it just dripped right down the side of his body, and I was just like, ah! And so I had to create. It was so much I couldn't white it out, so I had to creatively figure something out. So I made it like a core shadow, and I hid it in a way. It went a completely different direction of what I thought I was going to do. But no one noticed it when I actually put it. But I had to explain to him there was a disaster that happened.
Oh, that's
and the other things is like if I'm inking, I forget to use a contact paper, and I have ink on the side of my hand. And I'm smudging across as I'm inking. I'm like, who the hell is putting all this smudge on my and I'm like, ah,
Yeah. Where is that coming from? Yep.
Yeah,
I used to take a piece of paper and fold it in half, but I got these last year.
Well,
I like those gloves. I've seen people wear those gloves, but are those like you get those in an art supply store? What is that?
I get them on Amazon. They're like $6 for 3 or 4, or I don't know. Maybe it's like for a pair. It's like $5.
Well, what are they called?
I don't know. I can look in my Amazon account and just tell you exactly what it is. But they're cheap and they seem to not smear the pencil or the ink or anything. I call them my pervert gloves. So I don't like the way they look, but they
look odd.
They do look very strange.
Well, I remember seeing a
that
picture.
would have got me in trouble, but I ain't saying nothing. So I use contact paper. So.
I remember seeing a picture of Wrights, and I think he was working on that, that Togue and Fugue in D minor piece where the guy's playing the organ and it's all in pencil. And he had this.
I inked that.
Did you? Oh, I think I've seen that. That's right. What a pain in the butt, man. Did you put dry brush?
It took me a week.
Oh, gosh. Well, I remember seeing a picture of him, and he had like on his drafting table, he had this like super long yardstick. And he had put like erasers underneath it, and then like either clamped it on or something like that so that he could rest his hand on the ruler and not touch the paper.
That's like a oil painting technique.
Yeah. Have the board across there so you rest your hand on it and do your detail work. So, but that's the poor man's version, right? You get a bunch of pink pearl erasers and glue them on the bottom of a yardstick.
Yeah. What I used to do is just not this big, a regular sheet of paper size, just fold it in half and stick it under my hand, and it would just move as I drew and stuff like that. Yeah, so that's what I did instead of the gloves in the old days.
When I ink myself now, I kind of lean into my perfect imperfections, because as much as I love what Gary does, I wish I could have learned how to feather, and I can't do it as good as and control it. I literally have to draw it, instead of pulling and all this other kind of stuff and then fill it in. So what I do now is just like when I tell kids or young people or even grown people how to draw, it's a process of learning, just like how a kid learns how to do the alphabet. They have to, trace it at first and then copy it, and then they eventually learn their own style of handwriting. So I'm looking at my inking as my own personal style of handwriting
Mhm.
that makes me, so my imperfections are baked in to where, oh, this is David Williams. It's his style. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
don't have to live up to how great Gary is or, Michael Golden and a myriad of people who are great inkers. You know what I mean? So I could lean in and say, well, my stuff is just as good as theirs, and I meant to do this crooked, feathering line. It looks like it's
Right.
proper for the art because as a whole, you know.
Well, there-
But
Yeah, there's a
that tends to
definite
be my-
mental. Oh,
that
yeah, I was going to say there's a definite mental aspect to inking. Like Gary was asking, and talking about having a bad ink day. It's like you have to, especially if you're doing precision work, you really got to be dialed in, or you can get really, really sloppy. And that's why I rarely ink interiors. I mean, I ink my own covers because I can keep the focus on a single illustration. But when you start talking about panel art and page after page after page, I tend to get impatient and then I end up getting sloppy. And so, working with the pens on Wraith of God, it helps you because we're more used to penciling and holding a pencil. So having a pen like that and inking like that is more like drawing than it is doing finishing work or inking with a brush, which requires just a real focus and mental control
also,
that can be fatiguing.
when that stuff reduces down, it's going to look so tight, So
Yeah. It's true.
hard for us because we're looking at it at the largest size, and our eyes are like this close to it every day, all day, and so
Mhm.
of course we're going to pick at it, and we're not thinking of the end result so much because we're thinking about like right here, like, oh, we don't like this. But as soon as it gets printed and colored and reduced down, it's going to become the most awesome thing that you're like, man, I am good,
Hey, Aaron, what you were saying about that laser focus you need with a brush versus holding the Micron or the Copic pen is a little more like drawing it easier. I wanted to ask you guys about fatigue. What I notice is I can color from sun up to sundown and I don't get mentally exhausted. But I found when I'm writing script, like when I was working on the script for this, I could do like 4 or 5 hours a day, and it's like that's enough story and ideas. Like I need to get away from this. When I draw, I can draw for longer, but coloring I can just seem to like to do forever. Like when I color, I listen to books, I listen to sports radio. I can just be in two worlds at once. But with drawing and all that, I get tired faster. Do you guys feel different when you ink and pencil and all that? Like with the mental fatigue, do you feel different?
Well, I think when you're drawing, you have more choices you have to be making all the time, right? You're doing multiple things. Your storytelling, your figure work.
designing.
Yeah, exactly. You're doing so many things. When you're inking, you're doing less things. You're still concerned about texture and technique, but that's more of a being on, like I said, more mental fatigue because you have to be so focused, especially if you're doing really clean stuff. Coloring for me is you make the color choices and then the rest is sort of process.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Rendering.
Yeah, because you know how to do a fade and you know how to do your special effects and those are
The rest is sort of
but it's the color choices, I think.
yeah, because you know how to
We're getting an echo.
fade and you know how to
It's
Yeah.
my son.
effects.
This is my son, Peter. I didn't mean to bring that echo in. Go ahead, Aaron. Finish that. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, so you just, I think it's less fatiguing. Coloring is tough when you're making the tough decisions about your palette and stuff. But once you've made those, then it's just a matter of doing the process and getting it done. So I think you can kind of turn your head off or your mind off a little bit and just go. Whereas, penciling, at least for me, you're juggling multiple things at the same time. So you're always sort of thinking and it can get more tiresome or fatiguing. And same with writing. I mean, you're coming up with ideas and concepts and then they have to work,
Right.
So if you get 10 pages in a row and you're like, wow, I just completed this scene. The last thing you want to do is then you almost feel like you're starting from scratch and going, okay, now I got to do the next scene. And how does that connect to the previous scene and the scene 3 scenes ago, So that can get
it's like
really,
a jigsaw puzzle.
yeah, exactly. And so that can get really sort of mentally tiring as well.
Let me, Peter, is your mic on? Are you still muted?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. So this is
Alright.
my son, Peter Gabriel El Taib. Yes, Peter Gabriel, like the singer. In my dad's Libyan tradition, the children get their father's first name for the middle name. But thank
Hey,
you for
guys.
being here, son. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Can you guys tell my buddies here that I work with? This is Dave Williams and Gary Martin's the inker, and Aaron. He's the guy drawing Wraith of God, the cowboy book
Yeah.
I'm doing. But do you just want to tell the chat what you think of today and what you think your dad doing this
Yeah.
amazing idea of being independent?
I just wanted to say thank you guys so much for supporting Dave, Gary, and Gabe. We really appreciate it. It's so amazing. And thank you guys just for believing in him and Dave and Gary. It's so awesome to see all you guys come together and do this. It's inspiring. It makes me want to work harder.
Good.
And I just I'm blown away by the support. It's so cool, guys. Thank you. I love it. Keep it up.
Well said.
Thank you,
Well
son.
said.
Thanks.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you,
bro.
guys. The art is amazing. It makes me want to, I don't know, maybe like try it out. I was never really an artist per se. I think my art form more is like music. I like playing piano and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's so cool that you guys are doing this. I donated $10.
Oh, really? And then you're gonna ask me for a tank of gas later.
I know he's
Yeah.
going to ask to borrow money. Hey, can I borrow $10 from you, Dad?
But yeah, guys, this
Look who's
is
gonna
so
get
cool.
cheese on their burger tonight.
The chat
I'm not
likes you.
Teflon Ron.
Yeah.
My mom's holding me
Peter.
back.
No, his mother is short. She's got a lot of Native American blood and Mexican. So Peter, you're actually 5'11", the liar's height.
I'm 5'11" and a half.
Okay.
So
Okay. So,
with shoes, I'm 6 foot.
Yeah, I can still beat you up though. So, yeah.
Nah,
When are you gonna take me out? You got to take me out eventually.
I don't want you to get hurt. You gotta keep making this
Yeah,
money.
there you go. That's right. I want to hurt your back.
Right. Oh goodness.
But yeah, I'm gonna hop off. Just again, thank you guys so much. So cool to see this. You guys are supporting great stuff, and have a great day. Keep it going, guys.
All right, thank you, son.
Yeah.
Talk to you
See you
later. Get the
guys.
trash out, please. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I'm on it. Bye.
All right, adios.
Oh, God.
I sent the link out to my family if they want to stop in because I feel
Apparently,
like they
you
should be on
didn't see the
chat.
movie
Thank you.
Gladiator when what's
That
his
was
name
cool.
got suffocated.
I couldn't hear you, Dave. What was it? If
That
you're
was
gonna roast me, I
cool.
want to hear it.
I said apparently you didn't see the movie Gladiator where what's his name got suffocated by his son.
Oh. No, my son, I'm so proud of him. He's a great guy. He's doing high level corporate real estate. And I'm the world he's in that I'm just like amazed at what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a good kid and we're really proud of him. It's a really
He's got his,
precious time.
Got his mother's look, so he'll go far.
Oh, he's a hey, listen, let me lose a little weight and you'll see, man.
No, that's right.
I almost said that, but
No, he's a handsome devil, my son. You know what I mean? He really is. He's
always nice when you see your kids get like real jobs and you're like, man, I'm so thankful he didn't follow me.
Yeah, it's funny. He'll come up to me like all our kids do, and they'll try and show you memes on their phone. And I'm telling you, he's showing me TikToks or whatever this BS is, and just girls. The text jumps up at the top. And I'm just like, okay, buddy. I remember being that age. So, yeah. So
well, gentlemen, I've got to rock and roll.
Oh, it was a delight having you. And I really appreciate you taking all of these hours to be here and support us, man. That is so wonderful of you to do that, Aaron. I really
Hey, I love this project.
Yes, thanks, Aaron.
Hey, it was my pleasure. I love this project, and I just think it's going to go just huge for you guys. So we'll keep pushing it.
Okay.
Thanks for having me, guys.
I think the highlight of the show was the Captain America story from Gary to you. So
Anytime
thank
you can humiliate me, it's a good time. So,
Uh,
all right, guys, we'll see you soon.
All right. Yeah. So I think we'll go a little bit longer, but we'll wind it down here. I don't know if my wife and my daughter want to say anything. They're women, so they probably want to throw on a bunch of makeup or something like that, right? Before they come
Oh my, you're in so much trouble.
Yes, you are in big trouble.
I saw a tweet from a person that I don't know, it's just a random person, and it made me laugh so hard because we know how it is with women. I've been married 25 years, and he said, "I told my girlfriend she looks like a Victoria's Secret model. Now she's mad at me," and I'm just like, "Yeah, that makes sense."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Oh, hang on. My wife said she's waiting. She's not in. You're not in the back room. What are you talking about? She just texted me and said she was waiting. I don't see her there though.
She's in the next room.
Look at this.
Oh,
Peter must be adopted, more likable and talented than Gabe. How dare you? How dare you, Zippy? Zippy the Unicorn is hilarious. I love Zippy. He would go on Doug TenNaples streams and like improv a bunch of comedy, and it was awesome. Oh, here's my wife at the stream, the great Adrian El Taib.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So it's
You guys
Gary
do
Martin
great
and
work
David Williams.
together.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry, honey, I didn't mean to speak over you.
I was speaking over you. Sorry. Do
No,
you want to
please
say
speak over
anything to these
Gabe as
guys
much
in
as
the chat
possible.
or anything? How do you feel about all this?
It's crazy.
How
It's
did you feel? Let me
exciting.
ask you this, and you have to be honest. Be honest. Don't save me for the audience. How did you feel when your husband told you, "Hey, you know what? You know that good job I have with DC and all those guys, where I make really good money and it's very reliable? I'm going to quit it and try and do some shit on my own." How did that make you feel?
I don't know. I was with you when we had nothing, and we built something, and I guess I had faith you could do it again.
Okay, well, good. At least, yeah. Well, it's God, but I know what you mean.
It's a little scary. I mean, but I don't think I'm like a nervous person, sort of. So I don't know. It's crazy, and I just go with the flow and say, okay, this is what we're doing now. So
All right.
yeah. And I have my job, so we can always rely on that.
He's an extraordinary accountant, a very high level one. Did senior accounting for huge corporations. So, she does
Yeah.
my taxes. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm currently trying to do someone else's payroll taxes. So,
Right. So,
but yeah,
okay.
exciting. Just want to thank everybody, though. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the faith you have in the three of these guys. They're doing great work. When I see it, I've seen Gabe's artwork since I was 16 years old, and so I've seen the whole progression. And
This is a woman that married me when I worked at Toys R Us.
yes,
You understand?
Wow.
That's
Yes.
ride or die.
right. So
All hands is a work in progress.
yes.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there's Winnie.
It's my twin. It's the all El Taib show. It's the Brady Bunch now. We have to look at the boxes like the Brady's. This is Minnie the comedian. But sorry, go ahead, honey. Finish.
Oh, I don't know. I know what I was gonna say. So what I was gonna say is, when I see his artwork sometimes now, I'm still like impressed all over again. Like when I was 15 years old and I thought his artwork was great. And
Tell them what you told me after I did Dave's flip method for a week.
I don't remember.
Remember the flipping on the light table, and then I started showing you my drawings afterwards?
Yeah, I don't remember what I said though.
You said it looked good.
Oh,
You said it looked better than ever, and you could tell it was
oh,
working.
that is true. It did look better than ever, and I was
You
like,
never said that before.
All right. I made that shit up. I made it up.
no, seriously.
Honey,
I could
it's
see-
good.
I know. I'm like, I'm sorry, I forgot my line.
This is why we say mom could never rob a bank.
No, I could really see the progression from when he started flipping it back and forth on the light table to like in a week, like, oh my gosh, I was like, your artwork's improved. Like it was already good. and it's even better now. So yeah.
okay.
Yeah, that's what you were supposed to say. We rehearsed this at breakfast. So,
Sorry.
Zippy the Unicorn, how does the Mrs. deal with the Jean-Claude Van Damme obsession? You're in our prayers, ma'am.
I'm supportive.
Zippy got me twice already. Jeez.
I don't know. My sister had a huge crush on Van Damme. I have older siblings, so they were like, I know a lot of 80s movies, even though I wasn't quite old enough. I mean, I was and wasn't, but I've heard of Van Damme since I was a teenager because she loved him. She like has loved boys as long as I can remember. But so I like Van Damme too, and I'll sit and watch his movies, or at least the beginning of them.
Yeah, she's seen the first 30 minutes of like 100 movies with me.
Yes.
So.
And then I promptly fall asleep on the couch.
That's right.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of beginning of movies.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Hun, for stopping in and thanking the chat and my co-conspirators here, Mr. Williams and Gary Martin. She was watching in the living room the whole time, Dave. She loved the folding chair story. So.
And Dad, just so you know, Mom wins the Most Supportive Wife Award. Your stream has been on, and she's been watching it from 3 different devices at the same time to give it more views.
Oh man!
On the
Like
phone,
the
on the
Matrix,
laptop.
I worked in the action figure aisle at Toys R Us, and this woman thought it was a good idea to marry me. You understand? She's supportive.
That's love.
Right,
Yep.
Dad.
Love.
Enough said.
I gotta see my man.
That's right. Okay, hon. Well,
Okay.
and this is my daughter Minnie, the stand-up comedian, and we'll let you thank the chat. And these are my friends David Williams
Nice to meet
and
you guys.
Gary
Thanks a
Martin,
lot,
the fabulous
guys.
inker. Go ahead, honey. What do you want to tell them?
I just want to tell the chat and also Dave and Gary, just thank you guys for all the help and support with my dad. It's fantastic, and it's so beautiful to see like all his years of hard work. He gets to do his own thing, and that just it makes me happy. And as an artist myself, I know that you're the happiest, and I think you do the best work when it's something you actually want to do. So I'm very excited for this project. So just thank you to all of you guys.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it means a lot.
Thank you.
That'd be
Okay,
cool.
guys.
Can we put you on the spot to wind this up with a joke?
Oh my god.
Right on the spot.
Okay.
Did you hate that?
I've done this on the air before.
Oh
and
no.
It's like hit or miss, but this is my impersonation of a pool lifeguard, okay? Walk! Okay.
That's an anti-joke.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
Be
Should
here
we-
all week.
Okay. Well,
There you
we've been
go.
on here for 4.5 hours almost. Should we check the Indiegogo and then call it a show, guys? And I'll be on Ethan's tonight for
Yeah.
hours, I'm sure, because Uncle Billy's closing
yeah.
out the She Omnibus, and I'm going to be promoting this on Ethan. So I think I need a lunch break. I got to lift weights. I got to do something else. So I love it. I love all you guys coming in. Let's check out what we're at here. We were at 11,300 before. Let's bring it on. Hey, there you go.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
nice.
12,200
Thank you,
almost.
guys.
Let's refresh real quick. Wow, 12,195. That is
Thank you so much,
amazing.
everybody.
Thank
guys
you.
so much.
You guys should be proud. You guys have done good work on this.
Yeah, I'm amazed. I have very little to say because I'm just amazed. What do you think, Gary? What do you think, Dave?
Yeah, it's how do you put it into
Can't
words?
thank people enough.
I mean, it's amazing.
Thoughts, Dave? Or
It's a blessing.
it is a blessing.
It's a real
and
blessing.
God really did send you my way, and Gary too.
Yeah, I'm breaking up here. I am blown away. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Well, I'll be on Ethan Van Sciver's Comics Artist Pro Secrets on YouTube. You may have heard of it. And I'll be on there. I think he starts at 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern. So I'll be on there sometime. But I'm on 2.5, 3 hours sleep. So I need rest or something, or food or something. So thank you all so much for being here. We can't wait to make this book and get it in your hands. It's an honor and a privilege to do this for you. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you guys later. All right?
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you guys.
Thanks,
It was nice
Keith.
meeting
Thanks,
you guys.
everybody. Thanks, Dave.